justify, and yep, that's it. Now let's display the message content here in this. Max width 80%. Then rounded large, padding 3, and is it a bot message? Then we're gonna say bg muted text foreground, or else it's gonna be bg primary text primary foreground. It's gonna be message.content text small. Yep. Let's show the thinking message. If the last message from the user, I mean that's it, right? If the last message is from the user, that means we are technically waiting for our bot to reply. So if the bot replies, then the last message is not from the user, right? Then why would we show the thinking? It's pretty simple to understand. I don't know why I'm speaking so aggressively, man. I genuinely 100% I'm not like this. I don't know, bro. Messages. Length -1. We're also just checking that the message is not empty initially, or else we'd be looking like a fool even if the user did not type anything and we're showing thinking. Right. Name flex justify start, because we want that thinking to be on the left side, right, not on the right side, because the right side belongs to the user. We want to show it on that, and we want to show it on the left side where the bot is going to reply. bg muted text foreground rounded large, padding 3. Here we just gonna say, like I said, thinking bitch. There's gonna have a class name of text small. Now let's show the chart suggestions, and we're only gonna show chart suggestions if suggestions are enabled, like the show suggestions is true, and also if the message.length is equal to 0. Okay, show suggestions and messages.length 0. Class name flex column item center margin top 8, and here chart suggestions dot map suggestion index. Here we gonna have a button, the normal HTML button. The key is gonna be the index, and on click just call the on suggestion click function and pass a suggestion. Disabled. If not, can chart, like if the user is not allowed to chart, in which case, like if the user has maxed out his credits or something, then it's gonna be disabled. User can't click on it and get it. Class name with 4x5 rounded. Padding 4, border, transition, colors, text center, can chart. If yes, then BG primary, then text foreground, border primary 20, over BG primary 20. Or else, if the user can't chart, then BG muted 50, text muted foreground, border muted, cursor not allowed. Yep, that's it. Style based chart limit based style. Okay, here we gonna just keep the suggestion whatever it is. We also shall keep the lightning thing here. Is it called lightning or thunder? I guess. Text small. Yep. Now we can show the limit reached if the user can't chart. Okay. Can chart. Then we gonna say show the chart limit to the user. Text center padding 4. Class name is gonna be text extra small, text muted, foreground, margin bottom 2. I'm gonna say daily chart limit reach. We're gonna redirect the user to pricing. When he clicks on it, say upgrade to continue charting. I noticed the typo, ignore it. Okay. Class name, text extra small, text primary, underline. Yep, we are done with this too. Now finally let's show the chart input and send button area. Class name padding 4, border top, border htv is gonna have a class name of flex, gap of 2. Now let's create the input field for the chat message. Do we have the input from Chatsion? Yep, we do. Firstly, the input is of type text, and the current value of the input is the chat input, and on change on input we're gonna use the on input change function and pass the dot target dot value to it. Looks like there's some issue here. Yeah, we need to accept test value here, which is gonna be string, of course, because it's the input, right? Yep, on change. Now on key down. This is not mandatory, guys, but I would like to, when I enter something and hit on enter, I would like the fucking message to go. I don't have to take my cursor and click on the send button, right? That's why I genuinely need this, not want this. I would be pissed off, if I go to some website and that shitty website doesn't allow me to use my keyboard to send. But I'd be pissed, man. That's a very bad impression in my opinion, because I'm lazy. Default on send message. Yep, so when the user hits enter, we just gonna make the message placeholder. If the user can chat, then we shall say ask about this meeting. If the user can't chat, then we'll say daily limit reach fuck off. Class name is gonna be flex1, so we can take up the remaining space. Disable. If the user can't chat, then of course we'll disable it. If the user can't chat, then why the fuck would we allow the user to type something, right? Yep, so let's finally the send button for the chat message. So we're gonna have a class name of height of 4, width of 4. This is of type button. On click on send message, disabled to chat input dot rem, i.e. if the input is empty, like if the user has not even entered anything, then why the fuck would we allowed to send him the message, right? So that if that's the case, we'll disable the send button, or if the user can't chat, then also we'll disable the send button. Boom. Yep, that's it, guys. We are done with the chat sidebar. Let's go ahead with the audio player now. Audio player.tsx. Go ahead and install this first. Copy this. And paste that here. What the fuck is your issue? It's installed, right, bro? Okay, just ignore it. It'll be fine. Let's create an interface for the props. recording URL is gonna be a string. That's our AWS URL. Is owner is gonna be a boolean. Recording URL is owner boolean. Wait, am I fucking dumb? Oh my god, bro, I'm out of my mind. By default, it's gonna be true though. Yep. Let's go ahead through their docs, guys, okay? So that you understand when I write the code. I copied, like, for this component, I copied most of the code from their documentation and ChatGPT, to customize it. You don't even have to, learn or know anything about this. It's fine, okay? Let's change this to custom. The issue was that the names of that and this function were conflicting. Okay, what was the issue? Let's create the ref to access the audio player instance. This from the docs though, guys, okay? This using the use ref and stuff is from the docs. And now we are creating a state to track if the audio is playing or not. Initially it's gonna be false, of course, and also we're gonna create a state to track current playback time, like where in the entire audio are we. Okay, for that thing, current time, set current time, this state is to track the audio duration. And finally a state to track the audio volume. If there is no recording URL, then just return null. We're not gonna render anything. Now let's create a function handler to handle the play or pause the audio. Just handle play pause. Const audio is equal to play ref dot current dot audio dot current. If not audio, just return or else nothing. If he is playing, if the audio is already playing and then the user hits the pause button, then what are we gonna do? We're gonna pause it. or else if the audio is not playing and the user hits on the play or pause button, then we gonna play the audio. Yep, that's for the handle play pause button. Now let's create the handle skip back function, so that when the user clicks on the skip back 10 seconds, it's gonna go back 10 seconds in the audio. If the user hits it at like 19 seconds, we're gonna go back to the 9 second of the user hits it. Inst audio is equal to not audio, just return nothing. Audio dot current time equal to math.max 0, audio dot current time minus 10. So why are we doing math.max and all that bullshit here? Can't we just do audio dot current time is equal to audio dot current time minus 10, right? We consider we're in the 19 second currently, right? And we do audio dot current time is 19 and we're gonna do minus 10, so it's gonna be 9 second. The current audio time is going to be 9 second and it's gonna play from 9 second. But what if some dumbass user like me, just to play around or fuck around, we're in the 9th second and he does the go back button, then we're gonna go to the minus 1th second, right? And it's gonna crash. That's why if we do math.max, this is gonna be equal to minus 1 and this is gonna be equal to, and this is gonna be 0 only. So math.max of 0, negative 1 is 0, right? That's why if the user is below the 0th second and hits the skip back button, then it's not gonna crash. That if we use the math.max, it's just gonna go to 0. That's why we use that. If he's above 10 seconds or in the 10 seconds, no change, it's just gonna work as usual. We're not gonna have an issue. Let's do the same for the forward thing, and then skip forward. Same logic for these two guys, okay? But here we're gonna do just plus. It's gonna be duration, not 0, of course. Yep, we are fine. Const and progress click. Const audio to player if not audio, if audio does not exist or duration does not exist, and just return construct is equal to e dot current target dot get bounding client rep. Yeah, I got all of this shit from their documentation only. Click. No way I would discover this shit by myself, bro. E dot client x minus rect dot left. Essentially what we're doing here is that we're finding the position of where the mouse was clicked and we're just subtracting, let's say the mouse was clicked here, we're just finding out the difference from the start to that and subtracting that thing from the entire distance so that we could find out in which point it was clicked. That's it. And this is all from the official docs, okay? We're not implementing some shit thing or something. It's just entirely from their official docs. Audio.current time is just gonna be the new time. Try to explain this. So basically fuck them, bro. Yeah, fuck, bro. Yeah, ignore them. Okay. What rect does is that this get bounding client rect. What this does is that it returns the position and like the size of the progress bar, like you have the progress bar, right, relative to our viewport. So, and this click x, that thing, you don't client x here returns as the x coordinate of like the mouse click. Like consider I click the mouse here, what's the x coordinate? Like, bro, when we click somewhere, it's gonna have an x and y coordinate, right? It's gonna return as the x coordinate. We're gonna get the x coordinate using that. Bro, why do we need the x coordinate, bro? Why don't we need the y coordinate? In your 12 years of schooling, even if you went to the math class for 1 fucking hour, bro, you would know that this is the x axis and this is the y axis. Horizontal is the x and vertical is the y. So essentially we're finding out the x axis, so x coordinate of where we clicked there, and we're gonna subtract this from that. So we're gonna know where the position of the click took place in the progress bar. Okay, and with this width, rect.width, we're just finding out the width of our progress bar. And to calculate the new playback time, we're dividing this click x, which is where the mouse we clicked here, and width is just the width, right? So click x by width divided by width gives us the percentage of the progress bar that was clicked, and we're multiplying that by duration gives us just the corresponding time. That's it. Like, yeah, that's the flow, that's what it means. And it's not much important to understand it either, because I actually saw it a bit from YouTube, ChatGPT, their docs, community discussions, bunch of different places. Let's create the const handler volume change. If you don't like any here, basically what this is, when we click there, it's a mouse event. So you can just say react.mouse event there, and a subtype of HTML div element. But yeah, I mean that's what is in their docs, it's not actually in their docs. What in the docs is the react.mouse event, HTML div element, all that stuff. But I thought this would be just a simple way, so I'm going with this way. Just copy all this stuff. This is same click x, yep. And where this should be new volume. Gonna do max 0 comma max.min 1 comma click x by width audio.volume is equal to new volume. That's it. Set volume of new volume. And finally let's set up the time format function, the help of to like convert it to minutes, seconds type of thing. We already did it, guys, in the past. I mean, almost similar to this back when we were building the transcript display component. Seconds number. Why don't we create a utility file and keep this function there and import it in the both places? I don't know, let's leave it for now. If we use it in some other place again, like for the third time, then I'll sure as shit we'll create a common utility file for it. Wait, which file? Oh, audio player. Yep. If it's not a number, then we're just gonna return 0 minutes 0 seconds. Const minutes. I already explained this, guys, what this all means. Why are we even doing it? Go back and watch when I was building the transcript component. I explained it in very depth. Okay. All this stuff I explained. Yeah, now we'll finally render the custom audio player UI. This is gonna have a class name of fixed bottom 0 margin, AG card, border top, and border padding of 4. So now based on we'll keep this left 0, right 0, or else just nothing. That's it. And this gonna also have a style of is owner, then left sidebar width 16 rem, the right which is gonna be 24 rem. If not owner, then just nothing. In this display none audio player ref player ref, and source is gonna be for the audio file, it's gonna be recording URL, and on play we're gonna use our set is playing function. On pause we're gonna change set is playing to false. On ended set is playing to false. Then on ended, we already have that, right? My bad. Now we gonna do on listen const audio is equal to e dot target as html audio element audio exists, and also audio dot current time access Then we're gonna set current time to audio dot current time. Boom. And after that, onloaded metadata. Set should be set duration, audio dot duration, and here also audio dot duration. And after that function, the volume is gonna be volume. And the hash default key bindings is true. Autoplay of SaaS change is gonna be false. Yes, all of these props are from their docs, guys. I already filled it like 5 times. Just go ahead and refer to their docs. Show skip controls false. Show jump controls false. Show download progress false. Show fail progress false. After that, we can now render our custom controls and also the progress bar. That's why we kept the controls for false here, because we're gonna design our own controls. Because bro, this shit looks ugly as fuck, man. That's why we're gonna design according to our UI, like the gray, bluish color things. Max width for Excel, margin X auto. Class name is gonna be flex items center gap 4. Now here let's show the playback controls. The skip back, skip forward, play, pause, lot stuff. Class name is gonna be flex items center, the gap of 3 between each item. Here we just gonna show the skip back icon and give it a class name of h4, width 4, text foreground. This button is gonna have a variant ghost. Size is gonna be icon. On click, handle skip back function, so that the user will be taken 10 seconds back, because this is a skip back thing component. The class name our bg muted rounded large transition colors. This is gonna have a variant of default No, it's variant but not value. Oh, default. And size is gonna be icon and click. We're gonna use our handle play pause function. Class name, what shall we keep? pg primary text primary foreground rounded fill. Our bg primary 90 and transition colors. In this, if the audio is already playing, then we gonna show a pause button, height 5, width 5, and of course if the audio is not playing, we'll show the play button. It's gonna be h5, width 5. And finally our skip forward button. We got skip back here, pause the play here, and finally the skip back button, sorry, skip forward button. And it's gonna be height of 4, width of 4. This button is, let's use this same thing. Variant goes as icon. This is gonna be handle skip forward. Yep. Now let us show the progress bar and the time display. Flex 1, flex items center, gap 3. And let's have a span of class name, text small, text small, text muter foreground, min width 40 px, and format time, current time. Next one, bg muted, rounded fill, height of 2, cursor pointer, and click, handle progress click, and here display our bar. This is gonna have a class name of bg primary rounded fill, transition all, and duration 300, style width duration, if duration exists, and it's gonna be current time by duration into 100. By this way we get the percentage. Yeah, so by this way we're gonna get the percentage, and that's what we're gonna use here. And the bar will be having the width accordingly. After this, another spam. Just copy this same thing. Okay, not span. Okay, let's show the volume control bar, shall we? This name is gonna be flex items center gap 2 volume 2. Get that icon from there. H4 width 4, text muted, foreground. We're gonna have a div. This is gonna have a class name of width 20, bg muted, rounded for height of 2, cursor pointer, and on click we're gonna use our handle volume change function. And this we're gonna have a class name of bg primary, height 2, and rounded for, and a style of width. What do we say? Width is gonna be volume. 200%. So like that our width is set kinda. Yep, let's keep the label for the audio player. Okay. Yep, let's just say meeting recording, maybe text small, text muted, foreground, meeting recording. Yeah, yep, we're done with the audio player. And finally, regarding this meeting ID page, we just have our action items remaining. Let's go ahead and dive into the action items now. Let's create a new folder called action items. Action item row.tsx. Let's build the action item row first, where we're gonna display all the action items. First go and let's install this chat and drop down component. Yep, we're done with that. Action item row. Let's define an interface first for the action item row props. Interface action item row props. Firstly, each action item is gonna have an ID, which is gonna be a number, and it's also gonna like have the text, right? I mean, text is the action item, right? It's gonna be a string, and a list of integrations. Like we get the drop down, right? When we click on add to, we get the drop down, right? How do we show which integrations there? We'll only show the integrations which the user has connected. So that list of integrations is this array. integration array. And the loading state for each action item is gonna be a string. It's gonna be a boolean. And function to like add the action item to an integration. Add to integration. We're gonna get all this stuff from the props, guys. We're gonna pass down all this function from our parent component to this platform name, which is gonna be a string, and the item is gonna have an ID string, and the text of the action item is gonna be string, and it won't return anything. It's a void function. And finally our handle delete function to delete an action item by the ID of it, and delete item. Fuck bro, I'm fucking dumb, aren't I? I don't know why I keep platform there. Oh my god, bro. Yeah. Item integration loading add to integration and handle delete item. How many times will I make the same mistake? This is gonna be of type action item row props. And firstly, let's check if there are any connected integrations or not. Const has connected integrations is equal to integration dot length is greater than 0. So with this, we can show the state there, like connect at least one integration or something. So if it's greater than 0, then we're not going to show it. If it's not, then we will show it. That's what we need this variable for, just saying. And then let's render the row for the action item. Class name, group relative. And now let's create the layout for the row, like the text, integrations, delete button, all that stuff. Is gonna have a class name of flex items start gap 3, and we're gonna have this tested kind of like a dot for like visual separation, width 2, height 2, rounder full, PG primary, margin top 2, and flex shrink 0. And now let's just display the action items text. Who the fuck is that kid crying right now at 11:48 p.m? Why don't you sleep, bro? Oh my god, bro. Class name is gonna be flex1 text small, dating relaxed, and text foreground. That's it. And if there are integrations available, then only we're gonna show the integrations button. Has connected integrations, then we'll show the container for the integrations actions. Class name is gonna be transition opacity relative, and if the user has only integration, as like only one integration, let's just show the direct add button. No drop downs. I mean, what's the point of showing a drop down if there is only one integration, right? That would sound dumb. Integration dot length. What the fuck? Length. Okay, that's it. Sure, sorry. Integrations. Wait a minute. So this needs two integrations. Nah, bro. Messed it up there. That's why I was thinking, why do we get the integration instead of integrations? We are not mapping it or something, right? Yep. Integrations dot length is 1. Then we'll show the button to add that. On click, add to integration. I'm gonna say integration 0th integration dot platform comma item. Yep. What's this issue? Emotional diagram. This number here. Okay. Yep, we are good now. Now it's gonna be disabled if it's loading. Loading of integrations index dot platform item dot id. Size of the button is gonna be small, and the class name is gonna be px3 py1 text small flex item center gap is gonna be 1. And yeah, let's show the loading text if the action item is being added, or else let's just show the integration name and the icon. I'm gonna say adding, or else add to integrations dot name, and yeah, let's keep an external link icon here. Height of 3, width of 3, and down here or else, like if integrations is just one, we're gonna do that. If there are multiple integrations, we will show a drop down menu. Let's create the drop down menu trigger button. Drop down menu trigger. You know, why does this Redux UI bullshit thing come down all the time? It's a pain in the ass. Every time I should see which one I'm importing. Bro, I just imported the drop down menu from Redux UI. If I didn't see it, it would be again shit. Yep, drop down menu trigger child. Let's keep the button here, and the size is gonna be small. Variant is gonna be default, and the class name is gonna be padding x3, padding y1, text small. Same thing we use here, you know. Why didn't I copy the whole thing? I don't know, man. Add to. Who the fuck is? Let's keep an icon here. Chevron down. Class name is gonna be height of 3, width of 3. Yep. Drop down menu trigger. Now let's show the drop down content list by listing out, you know, like all the integrations. Like we just map it and display it. Drop down menu content. This is gonna have a class name of align. Width of 160 pixels. Align, it's gonna be to the end. Now let's just map through the integration and render each integration as a menu item. Integration start map integration menu item for each of the integration. What the fuck is wrong here? Okay, fuck bro, it should be drop down menu item. Class name of flex items center cap 2. Firstly, the key is gonna be integration dot platform, and on click we're gonna call the add to integration. Wait, what's happening? We're gonna call the add to integration platform, and as props we're gonna pass the integration. Why is this not coming up? Integration short map integration. I don't know what's the issue, we'll look into it, but we're gonna pass the integration platform and also the item. Yep. Let's show the integrations logo here. Width 4, height 4, relative flex shrink 0. Source is gonna be integration dot logo, and alt is gonna be integration dot name. Class name is gonna be width full, hide also full of course, because you want it in a square, not in some fucking triangle or oval, right? Object contain on error e. Let's just hide the logo if the image fails to load. E dot current target dot style dot display is equal to none, so that the user will just see the integration's name, not like all the other stuff. I've done with that. Now let's show loading text if adding, or else let's just show the integration name. Up down menu item here. Span copy the entire thing and we'll just modify it. This will say R2 no integration dot name. Yep, we're done with the drop down item, menu item, DOM menu content, DOM menu. Yep. Let's show a button here to delete the action item. This is gonna have a variant of cost. Size is gonna be icon and non-click. We're just gonna call the handle delete item and just pass the item's ID. Later we'll just go to the meeting, find the action item by that ID and just delete it. That's it. And class name is gonna be opacity 0 group over opacity 100 padding of 1, and when hovered pg destructive 20 text destructive rounded, button must be rounded, and transition all. And here we just gonna say delete. Instead of delete, I'll just show an action. Sorry, I just show the trash icon. H4 width 4. Yep. What's the issue? This is the issue. That's it, we're done with the action item row. Now let's build the action items input so that the user can add a new action item. Action item, no, add action item input.tsx. Add action item input. Let's first define an interface for its props. Interface add action item input props. Firstly, a boolean to control whether the input field to add the action item is shown or not. show add input boolean and a function to set the visibility of the input field. Set show state actually set show add input show boolean and the current text value for the new action item that the user has typed. The user wants to add the string and a function to update the text value for the new action item. New item text. Of course, it's gonna take the text as the input, which is a string. It won't return anything, so it's void function. And the function to handle the adding of a new action item when the user clicks on it, clicks on the add button. Void. Yep. New item text set new item text on add item. Nah, Gaurish, you fucking done. And add action item input props and if show add input, let's render the input field and the action buttons. This is only gonna be shown once the user clicks on the add action item button. Like here we're gonna keep the add action item. Once the user clicks on it, the show add input is gonna be true. Then only we're gonna show the input field where the user can type whatever is shitty action item and then add it. Okay. Yep. Class name is gonna be flex items center gap 2 padding 3 bg muted 30 rounded large input pro and the type is gonna be text and value is gonna be new item text on change set new item text e dot target dot value and placeholder. What shall we say? Add. No, he clicks on the add action item button, so he should enter the name here. Enter action item. And the class name is gonna be flex1, so it takes all the available space. Flex1 on key down. Already explained like a while ago what's on key down, why do we need it. But it's pretty simple, man, like just to handle keyboard handle events. Someone like me, is just gonna click on the keyboard like the enter button and I want the action item to be added. Or else I would genuinely be pissed on your shitty ass platform that I have to move my hand and click on the add button. No bro, I won't use the platform ever again. No, really. Key enter on add item. Or if the user hits on escape button, 4. Escape, then we'll just close this thing. Set show add input to files, and also set new item text to empty. Yep. Auto focus, and below this we're gonna keep the button to add the new action item. This we're just gonna say, what shall we say, add. It's gonna have a class name. No class name. On click, we just call this on add item. Disable when it's empty, like the user has not entered anything, and still if it tries to add, then we're gonna keep it disabled, right? Why would we allow them to add an empty action item? And the size is gonna be small, and let's keep another button to like cancel adding the action item. Once he clicks on that, we'll also close this entire input, like hide the input and just show this thing, add action item. It's just gonna say cancel bitch. It's gonna have a variant outline. Size is gonna be small. On click, set show add input to files, and set new item text. Yep. So if this input field is not shown, like I said previously, we're just gonna show a button like something like add action item, and when we click on it, it's gonna be shown this input field, like so that the user can enter the action item and then hit on add. Why do we even need this div, right? Button variant is gonna be ghost. Class name is gonna be flex items center, gap 3, width full, padding y2, padding x3, and text small, text muted foreground, and hover text foreground, hover bg muted 50, rounded large, transition, colors, group, and finally, like I said, when the user clicks on it, we want to show the input field, so we're gonna keep set show add input to true, so that this is gonna be shown. And here let's what shall we keep here? Let's give a plus icon. H4, width 4, and add action item. Yep, that's it. Let's create the action items list component. Action items list dot. What the fuck is that kid, bro? I like it, but sometimes it's fucking annoying. Action items list. Let's create an interface for this. Like I went to a movie, this Superman movie. That fucking kid, bro, he was fucking shouting and shouting, bro. Oh my god, bro. But I can't blame him either, because he's just a kid. But I'm not a saint either to ignore him. What the fuck does action mean? Action items. It's gonna be an array. Yep. What we created here was just for a single action item, like have one row of an action item. I mean, it literally says row, right? So here we're gonna get the array of action items. We just gonna map all the action items and send it to this action item row component. That's it. We're also gonna get the array of integration platforms that the user has connected to. Integration loading copy all this stuff, paste them here. Here is gonna have a class name of space y4, and let's loop through each action item and render an action item row for all of it. Props dot action item. What the fuck? Props action item list props. Props dot action items dot map item action item row, and for that we're gonna pass the keys item dot id, and the item is just gonna be item itself, and the integrations list is gonna be props dot integrations. The loading is gonna be props dot loading, add to integration, props dot add to integration, and finally handle delete item, props dot handle delete item. Boom, that's it. Yeah, let's finally build our action items.tsx component, which is gonna combine all the three files, so kinda like the main file and the final one for the action items, and we're done with it. Why am I so happy? Action items.tsx. Action items. Export interface action item props action items action item. This is gonna be an array of action items to display, which will be passed down to us from our parent component, which is this. It's gonna get the data from use action items.ts hook, and it's gonna pass down the data to this, and from this we'll pass down this to other components so that they can render it. Boom. And the function on delete item add item text string void, and finally the meeting ID. We need this too when we make the API requests and stuff. Wait, yo. Yep. Action items on delete item on add item meeting ID. Wait, sorry. Add action item props, and now let's use action item hook to get the integrations, loading state, input controls, all that shit, all that stuff. Now do we need integrations, loading, set loading, shared input, set shared input, new item, set new next. Let's copy all this. I should in this actually, sorry. Yeah, paste all of those is equal to use action items of meeting ID. That's it. And now let's create a function to add an action item to an integration platform. And start to integration async. We're gonna get two things. Like, to add an action item to an integration, we first need to know to which integration do we need to add and what the fuck should we add it to. So we're gonna get the platform name and action item. Platform is gonna be string, action item is gonna be of type action item. Let's set the loading. Okay. Yeah, so platform action item dot id. We're gonna keep it to true. And let's keep a try catch block here, and let's send a post response to our action items route to add the action item to the integration. Post response is equal to await fetch slash API slash integration slash action items. Method post, and the header is gonna be content type application slash JSON, and the body is gonna be JSON dot stringify. We're gonna pass the integration platform name, action item text, and the meeting ID. We need all those three, right? Platform action item dot text, finally the meeting ID. Boom. and finally we're gonna just set this to false. What was that sound? Probably from my phone, I guess. Let's create the handle, add new function, add new item, async. If the input is empty, we're gonna do nothing, that's for sure, right? New item text dot run. Just return nothing. Now just send a post request to add the new action item for that meeting. Response is equal to await fetch slash API slash meetings slash, this is gonna be dynamic API route. We already created it and explained why, what, and all this stuff. You did not listen to, just go back and watch there. And it's gonna be same, and we're just gonna send the text, which is gonna be new item text. That's it. And catch block. Now let's leave it. Wait, after this response dot okay, then keep on add item to new item text and set new item text empty, because we don't need it anymore because we already pushed the action item. What's the point of still holding that, right? And also keep the set show add input to false, because user already added the action item, so we're just gonna close the input. If you want, so you click on add again, right? Yep. Yeah. Finally, let us create our handle delete item function. Handle delete item async id number. Let's send the delete request to remove the action item from that meeting. And response is equal to await fetch slash API slash meeting slash meeting ID as action items slash ID method delete, and if the request is successful, let's just update the local state on delete item ID. That's it. Why did I even implement the try catch block? Why not writing anything in the catch block? Okay, I'm just lazy. Fuck off. Const has connected integrations is equal to integrations dot length is greater than 0. Let's go up here. to console.error failed to add action item. That's it. Do the same here. Failed to delete action item, and yep, we're done with that. If the integrations are not yet loaded, let's just show a skeleton loading UI first here, and if the integrations are loaded, integration action items are loaded, then we'll just show the action items the original here. Until then, let's show a skeleton here so that the user doesn't just wait and sit like an idiot. Return. Let's create a card container for the action item section. Class name bg card, rounded large p6, border, margin bottom 8. That's the class name. Class name is gonna be text large, font semi-bold, text foreground, margin bottom 4, and we're gonna say action items. Let's create a div here like the list of the loading skeletons. Class name space y4. Let's just map the action items. Item. This is going to be a skeleton row for each action item. Name, group, relative, and the key is gonna be item.id, and below that just the row layout for text. Class name, flex items, center, gap 3, and now let's here we're gonna just display the action items text. Let's p tag. Let's say item.text. That's it. And he's gonna have a class name of flex 1, text small, and leading relaxed, and finally text foreground. And let's keep the loading bar here for the integration. Animate pulse. We're gonna have a class name of height of 6, width of 20, bg muted, rounded, so that here it's gonna show like a loading thing. I don't know how to express it. Button, variant is gonna be ghost, and the size is gonna be icon. The class name is gonna be opacity 0, group hover, opacity of 100, so it's like 100% opaque, and padding of 1 over bg destructor 20 and text destructive rounded transition all disabled. Yep, think we are done with that. Let's this thing here. Class name for this is for the skeleton for the add action item input. Like in the bottom we're gonna show it. Animate pulse dot bro animate pulse. This is gonna say have class name of height of 8 bg muted and rounded large. Yep. Yeah, we can render the full action items UI here when the integrations are loaded. We're gonna show this, or else we're gonna show this skeleton. Okay, this div is gonna have a class name of bg card rounded large padding 6 border margin bottom 8, and let's keep the section title here, which is gonna say action items baby. This is gonna have a class name of let's say text large font semi bold and text foreground margin bottom 4. Let's import our action items list component here. To this we're gonna pass the action items and the integrations. And the loading state, and also the add to integration, handle delete item, yep. This is to render the list of the action items. Now let's render the input for let's keep the input rendering component for adding new action items, which is gonna be our add action item input, like you guessed, or maybe you did not. Show add input, set show add input, set show add input, new item text is gonna be new item text, set new item text, set new item text, and finally on add item it's gonna be handle add new item. Boom. So here let's show the integration prompt, like saying connect integrations to add action items to your tools. Only if there are no integrations connected, then only we're gonna show it. Why will we show it when he has integrations? We're not dumb, right? Like Ronaldo fans. He has connected integrations and action items dot length 10. Let's show the box here. It's gonna have a class name of margin top 4, padding of 3 bg muted 30, rounded large border no, let's keep the border dashed, and border muted foreground and this, let's keep our message. Let's redirect the user to /integrations, and this is gonna say, what shall we say, connect integrations to add action items to your tools. No, I don't want GitHub Copilot, fuck off. Class name is gonna be text extra small, text muted foreground, and text center. Of course we want it like this, not like that, or in some random fucking space. And it's gonna have a class name of text primary, and hover, underline it. Yep, boys, we're finally fucking done with this thing. Yep. Yeah, what do we do now? We finally complete our page.tsx. That's the only thing remaining right now. Yep. Yo, wait. Let's call this meeting detail page. Okay. First, let's go to setting details, copy all of these. Let's just type it out because we don't need some of those. Meeting ID is owner, user chat input, set chart input, messages, show suggestions, active tab. That fucking kid started crying. Set active tab, meeting data, loading, handles and message, handle, suggestion, click. Oh shut up, bro, please. It's already 1:20 AM and I'm already out of energy almost. I can't stop this recording. I don't want to stop this. I want to complete this page today. Because if he screams more loud, I have to stop this, right? Or it's gonna be a disturbance for everyone. Handle input change, delete action item, add action item, display action items, meeting info data. All this we will get them from our use meeting detail. Meetings import the issue. Okay. Yep. So this is the now render the main view of this. This is gonna be the main container. Main head screen, bg background. Let's render the meeting header component here. Meeting header, title, gonna be, what shall we say, meeting data dot title. If it does not exist, just say meeting. What the fuck did that come from? The meeting ID is gonna be meeting ID, and the summary is gonna be meeting data dot summary. Action items are gonna be meeting data dot action items dot map item dot text dot join or just empty string if it does not exist. Let's just copy this dot thing, okay, from the GitHub code. After the action items, let's pass if the current user is the owner, so that we can render accordingly and show these buttons accordingly in the header, like delete button and stuff. We won't show if he's not the owner, right? Obviously, so we need it for that. Where did this come from? Yep. Let's keep the layout for the main content and the sidebar now. Class name is gonna be flex h on a vertical height -73 pixel. Minus though. It's gonna be the main content area. Class name. Flex 1, padding of 6, overflow auto, padding bottom 24, user checked. Then we won't show anything, just nothing. And if not owner, if he is not owner, then max width for Excel, margin X auto, else nothing. Yep. So below this, let's enter the meeting info section here. Meeting info. And for that, what do we need to pass for the meeting info? Just the meeting data, right? Yep. And below that, let's create our section for the summary and transcript tabs. Chain bottom 8, and let's create the tab buttons here, for the summary and the transcript buttons. Flex border p border. Let's create the button now too, so that the user can switch from summary to transcript to summary, what are the shit he wants. Variant ghost on click, set active tab, summary, class name is gonna be px4 py2, text small, font medium, border bottom 2, rounded none, and shadow none, transition colors, and active tab is summary, then we're gonna have this class if it's the active tab, border primary, text is also gonna be primary, or else, and border transparent, text muted, foreground, over text foreground, and over border muted foreground 50. Yep. And the style is gonna be box shadow none. The type is gonna be button, and of course it's just gonna say summary pitch. Yep. So below that summary button, let's show the transcript button. Just copy this whole thing, just paste it here, and just say transcript. Boom, that's it. We need to modify this though. Transcript, and here too. Let's now render the content based on whatever the active tab. If it's summary, we're gonna render the summary content. If it's transcript, then we're gonna render the transcript content. Still is gonna have a margin top of 6 so that we have some differentiation between the meeting data info and this. You just don't want it to be cluttered, right? If the active tab is summary, then just show the summary. If you are broke, then become rich type of explanation. This is gonna have a dev, and here we'll show the loading spinner if the meeting data is still loading. Loading, and we're gonna have a dev. This is gonna have a class name of bg card, border, rounded large, padding of 6, text center, and this div, this is gonna have a class name of animate spin, rounded full, height of 8, width of 8, border bottom 2, border primary, and margin X auto, margin bottom 4. Below this, let's have a p tag saying loading meeting data, wait patiently bitch. class name is gonna be text muted foreground. Yep. So if the meeting data is already processed, then let's just show the summary and the action items. Meeting data dot processed, then I'm gonna show the action items in summary. Class name space y6 meeting data dot summary. If the summary exists, then show it. The class name bg card border. And here let's have a h3 saying summary. Let's say meeting summary instead of just summary. And it's gonna have a class name of text large, font semi bold, text foreground, margin bottom 3, so P. Here we gonna show the meeting data dot summary. We will show our summary finally there. Yes, he's gonna have a class name of text muted foreground, leading relaxed. Yep. This. And finally, let's just show the loading skeleton if the user is not checked. Checked. Class name bg card. Border rounded large padding 6. And this is gonna have a class name. This div just animate pulse, and this div is gonna have a class name of height of 4, bg muted, rounded, width 1/4, margin bottom 4. This gonna have a class name of space y2. Just copy this, paste it here twice, and it's gonna have a fuck off bro out of 3 and rounded width 3/4. Remove this margin bottom bro. It's gonna be 1/2. Yep. And if the user is checked, show the action items. So if the owner is there and the action items are also there, then only show the action items. If he's not the owner, if there are no action items, then why would we show the action item? Why would we show what would we even show in the action items, right, if there are no action items? Is owner display action items dot length. Action items. Wait. So it's gonna be display action items. My bad. on delete item, delete action item, on add item, add action item, and meeting ID is just gonna be meeting ID. Yep, we're done with that. And if there's no use, if the person watching this is not the owner, then we're just gonna show the action items. I mean, if the person watching is not the user, like the owner, and action items exist, then we're just gonna show the read list only. Like, we'll just display the action items. We won't keep any add buttons. I mean, it's obvious, right? Why would we keep the add buttons when it's not the user? I mean, where the fuck will you even add it to, right? Is owner and display action item short length is greater than 0. Wait, what does it do? Then let's display this. It's gonna have a class name of bg card, rounded large, padding of 6, border, and in that you can have a h3 saying action items honey, and class name text large, font semi-bold, text foreground, margin bottom 4. This div is gonna have a class name of space y3, display action items dot map item, who the fuck are you? This key is gonna be item.id, and the class name is gonna be flex items start gap 3, and this div is gonna have a, no, we don't need anything for this. This is just gonna be a placeholder div, so we don't need any text for it. Obviously we had to hide to kind of like a dot type of thing before the action item text, like a white dot or something. Rounded full bg primary margin top 2 flex shrink 0. B is gonna be item dot text, class name is gonna be text small, text foreground. Yep. Oh, where are you? And if the meeting data is not yet processed, let's just say processing with AI, and you'll receive an email when this thing is ready, something like that. Last name bg card, border, rounded large, padding of 6, text center, right there. That is gonna say yep, just copy this text method foreground and just copy both of them. Let's keep another p tag here that's gonna say you will receive an email when ready. also replace this with processing meeting with AI. It's gonna have a class name of text small, text muted foreground, and margin top 2. Yep. And finally, if it's the transcript tab, just fucking show the transcript, right? Active tab is go to transcript. Then show transcript. Let's show a loading spinner if transcript is loading. It's gonna fuck off, man. Last name. Go up to runs. Which where are you? Yeah. Just copy this entire thing, come back down, loading, just paste that thing, and if the transcript is available, then just fucking display the transcript, right? Bro, oh my god, bro. even typing trans has become so bad. That's how fucked up the world is right now. The trans thing. Meeting data or transcript. And yeah, if there is no transcript, just show fallback message, saying something like no fucking transcript available or something. No transcript available, fuck off. Class name, it's gonna be bg card, bro, not card. Cat. Rounded, large, padding 6. Text center. Why didn't I copy this entire thing? Because I'm fucking dumb. Class name, text muted. I think some people are not going to find myself depreciating humor funny. It's not that I don't value myself enough, it's just that I don't want to blame others or get fun by making fun of others. I'm not that kind of guy, fortunately. Okay, so below this, let's keep our chart sidebar. Let's just show the loading skeleton if the user is not checked. Width 90, border large, border padding of 4, bg card, and this is gonna have a class name of animate pulse. Let's create this class name of padding of 4, height of 4, bg muted, rounded, width 1/2, and margin bottom of 4. Shall I speak in some thick Italian accent now? Every time I speak with my boss for the day and the next day, it roams in my hand, Even I speak like that to my girlfriend, it pisses the shit out of her. Anyway, last name, space y3. Here keep 3 divs. class name, height of 8, BG muted. No, but it's fucking annoying. I'll stop it. BG muted, rounded. Just copy it lines. Yep, done with it. And yeah, if it's the owner, just show the chart sidebar component. And messages is gonna be messages, and chart input is gonna be chart input. Show suggestions. On input change is gonna be handle input change. On send message is gonna be handle send message. And finally on suggestion click is gonna be handle suggestion click. Yep. So after that, our very last fucking thing is the render the audio player, at the bottom of the page. That's what we're gonna have now. Custom audio player pro. I'm so fucking done. Finally this page is done. Recording URL is gonna be meeting data dot recording URL, and yeah, we're gonna pass the zoner prop. Yep, we are done with this too right now, so yeah, we're done with this. Here it's gonna be just integration dot platform. Where it should be flex SHRINK0. We're missing the return statement here actually, because even if this is true, nothing will be rendered because we're not returning the TSX. This should show duration actually. H2 here. We have an extra brace here deleted. I don't know where the fuck that extra brace came from. And also here it should be 2 seconds, not 0.2 seconds, right? This should be fast. Let's add a space here so that the words will be like with some space, or else it's gonna be like hello world instead of hello world, so we don't want that, right? So add some space. This should be response, guys, not response. So go to the env file and just add these 3 env variables: open API key, pinecone API key, and index name. We'll create these 2, and let's also get our OpenAI API key. OpenAI platform. Make sure you're logged in, guys. Okay. Go to the API keys here, and just create a new one. I'll say MeetingBot default object, create. Just copy that and let us have that here. And let's go and create our Pinecone. Go to Pinecone website, log in or sign up, do something. Okay, I'll log in. Okay, so we logged in successfully. Let's create a new index. We don't create new index. I'll name this MeetingBot. This here, make ssure you select the text embedding 3 small model, because that is what we have in our code, right? And you select the 1536 dimension 1536. You can select anything you want here, that doesn't matter. I'll just go with AWS because that's my default all the time. And yep, hit on create index. Yeah, so we got the index now. Just copy the name of your index name, paste it here, go to API keys and let's generate a new one. This one was actually generated when I logged in, but the recording was paused like I was logging in. So whatever reason, guys, it's not necessary and not important. Let's just generate a new one. MeetingBot create key. Just copy that. Pinecone API key. That's it. Before we test out our action items, we just have one final pending route that we need to build. That is just the action items route, which is used to create the action items. Go to the API, go to integrations. You create a new folder called action items. This is just create the route.ts file. Let's create our post handler. Exportation function post. We're gonna get a request which is of type next request. Now let's get the user ID from club. Now let's pass the request body, where we'll be getting the platform, to which platform we need to push this to, and the action item of what we need to push to, and the meeting ID, like to which meeting do we need to add this, right? Platform action item meeting ID await request.json. If the user is not authenticated, just return next response.json error unauthorized status of 401. How the fuck did I type request? It's returned. My god, Garish. Now let's find the user's integration configuration in the database. What the fuck is making that sound, bro? It's almost 12. Bro, why don't people sleep early, man? They would have city to say that when we will sleep at 3 or something. Prisma dot user integration dot find unique, where user ID platform user ID platform. And now if the integration is not found, let's just say integration not found. Not found. Let's for Jira and Asana. Before pushing the action item, let's see if we need to refresh the auth token if needed, so that we don't get any issues when we try to upload it. Platform is Jira, our platform is Asana. We don't need to do for Trello because Trello has infinite validity. I already explained that, right? Integration is equal to await refresh. Okay, let's create that function. refresh token if needed to integration. Go to the lib folder and in the integrations just create this file, refresh token if needed .ts. Here export async function refresh token if needed. Here we just gonna get the integration which is of type user integration. Const now is equal to new date, const expires at is equal to integration dot expires at. So if expires at does not even exist or now is greater than equal to new date expires at dot get time 5 star 60 star 1000. Oh, it's 1000. Then according to the integration platform we just call this refresh Jira token, refresh Asana token thing function. Integration or platform case Jira, we gonna call the refresh Asana token function and pass the integration. Wait, why the fuck am I calling Asana for Jira? Let's put a default here. That's just gonna return integration. And yeah, finally return integration. Yep. Go back to this. Let's just import this. Let's implement the catch block. Is gonna get an error. And let's just do console.error. Token refresh fail for platform. Error. Now just return response.json. Error is gonna be what service? Just say the user to please reconnect so that we can get the new auth token and the user can use it. Reconnect your platform integration. It's gonna be 401 and let's handle Trello's integration also now. If platform is Trello or if the board ID is missing, just return an error. Board ID not configured. Let's just say board. What the fuck is gonna user know what the board ID? He's gonna say what's the board ID? He does not even know about that stuff, right? What's the point of keeping it? Now let's create a new Trello API instance. Let's get all the lists from the Trello board. is it? Okay, we need to use that. Trello.get board less. We need to pass the access token and the board ID. Integration dot access token integration dot board ID to do list equal to list dot find list any list dot name should be list dot name dot to lower case dot includes to we're just finding the to-do list, where it's gonna be in the Trello, like to do, progressing and completed. We're just gonna push the action item to the to do, and if it does not exist, we'll just push it to some random whatever is available. That's it. If no to-do list, then we're just gonna return no suitable list found. No suitable list found. Status of 400. Okay, fine. And now let's create the new card finally in the Trello list for the action item. Trello dot create card. We're gonna pass the integration dot access token and to do list dot id, and the title is gonna be action item, and the description is gonna be action item from meeting ID, or just as a fallback, unknown annual spelling is wrong, ignore it, bro. And let's handle Jira integration logic now. Platform is Jira. So if the project ID or workspace ID is missing, let's just return error, missing error. Integration dot workspace ID. Oh my god, bro, I almost missed that, didn't I? Let's return saying project not configured. Now let's create a new Jira API instance, and Jira is equal to new Jira API. What the fuck, bro? So I const not create. Okay, const title. Why is Messi making sound? I mean, there is some goat nearby. It's been like years since I even heard about a goat making sound. Bro, fuck off, bro. Do you even have to come now, bro? And title action item. Bro, I will fucking kill you and eat you. But I'm a vegetarian, unfortunately. So the title is gonna be action item. The description const description is gonna be action item from meeting ID, or what's the, this might be the issue. Oh, the fuck are you? What the fuck is the, okay, yep, there we got the description. Now let's create a new issue in Jira. Const issue is equal to await Jira dot create issue integration dot access token integration dot workspace ID integration dot project ID, and we're also gonna pass the title and the description. Is really necessary, can't keep it in a single line. Okay, so finally, if the platform is gonna be Asana, Asana creation or project ID only. We share the project not configured if it does not exist. Okay, need to create an Asana API instance. The title, let's remove that stuff. We just gonna say await Asana dot create task. We just pass the integration dot access token and integration dot project ID, and the title is gonna be action item, description is gonna be the same thing. And yep, finally let's handle the Slack logic. Oh god, else if platform is Slack, good ID, then we'll just return Slack channel not configured. Yep, and let's send a message to Slack channel using Slack's API. Const Slack response is equal to await fetch https slack.com/api/chart dot post message. Method is gonna be post headers authorization bearer integration dot access token content type is gonna be application/json, and the body is gonna be JSON or stringify. The channel is gonna be integration dot board ID. The text is gonna be, let's let's get that emoji note. Which one looks good? This or this? Let's go with this. I just copy it from the GitHub, guys, because this emoji looks more good actually. So after that we just pass the Slack API response. Slack result is equal to await Slack response.json. So if Slack API returns an error, then let's just throw an error. What else can we do, right? Response.okay, let's throw new error. Slack API error Slack result dot error. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, fuck off. And yeah, after that we just if everything succeeds, just return a success response. Return next response.json success true. And after that just build a catch block. Something's wrong with the parenthesis and I can see it, will solve it. Okay. The fuck does the thing even belong to? I don't know, we'll solve it. Console.error creating action item in platform error. I couldn't find anything similar. Leave it, it's not important. Let's say here saying fail to create action item in platform. This is gonna be a status of 500 and yep, I think we will. I don't know what the fuck is this error. Oh bro, fuck off, man. Yep, we're done with the final route that is required for this too. Let's go out and test out our integrations now. So currently see my test one, and this is my test one currently, and this is my LeBron project in Asana, and this is my LeBron project in Jira. I don't know why to choose LeBron instead of Michael Jordan. Okay, so yeah, let's add this thing, schedule a follow-up meeting in 2 weeks to review detailed proposals and finalize implementation timeline. Let's add this to Trello first. Let's see. Boom, schedule a follow-up. Let's add this to Jira now. Come on. Yep. Let's add this to Asana now finally. Yep. So those three are working. Now let's create a new action item to manually test it. testing. Let's add it. We got it. Now let's add this also to all the three things. Add it to Trello, manually testing, add it to Jira. Oh, come on, manually testing, and finally to Asana. Let's go here, manually testing. Yes, that's it. We got our action items, and those action items are perfectly working. We are able to push those to all the integrations we want, and we are also able to delete them. And yeah, like I said, we successfully completed the integrations part. We're able to push action items to integrations. That's it. Boom. Now to test out this chart feature, we need to upgrade our plan first. Our current plan is free, but we did not yet integrate Stripe, right? So we'll just manually update it via our database. Transcript is looking cool too. IMO. Yeah, this is how it's gonna be. If the user the shape button is working too. Okay, obviously it's gonna work, right? And this is how the chart thing is gonna look. If the user is out of credits or he's not in a correct plan. Also, you can see it in the bottom left. Will be redirected to. What will be redirected to? Will be redirected to the pricing page. Let's go to the switch account. I'm currently in this account. Let's go to this and let's change the current plan to starter. So we're gonna have like 10 messages limit, and I'll keep it active. Now if we refresh this here, we should be having our starter plan. Yep, we did not use any message set, so it's obviously gonna show 0/10. And yeah, we are able to finally chart here. Firstly, let's start out by sending a generic message to see if it's working or not. Hello, and we're gonna have this thinking message till we get a message from the bot, right? That's what we built in our functionality. Hello, can I assist today? Cool. Let's read a bit about this transcript. Okay, it is about quarterly performance review. Let's take some specific details here. You took only for 4 days of leave this quarter. Okay. Yeah, just read this, guys. Okay, I'm too lazy to read it out loud. I received some excellent feedback from your team. Liam specifically mentioned that you have an exceptional ability to balance technical requirements with business priorities. Yep. Lazy. It's an incredible thing to hear. Based on your exceptional performance this quarter. Yeah, guys, also forgot to say, we got the message, it's instantly updated. We did not even reload this. That's the whole point, right? That's why we set up this context. Yeah, so we're looking at an increase of 12% effective the start of next quarter. Wow, that's fantastic. There was trip about Italy here. Yeah. How was it? I have to ask about your trip to Italy. I saw on your time of request that you went there for a week last month. Yep. Seeing the Sistine Chapel in person was surreal. Guys, that is what exactly my wallpaper is right now. Sistine Chapel, that's what my wallpaper is. I did not keep this wallpaper because of Sistine Chapel. I got this idea of including specific details like Italy and Sistine Chapel because of my wallpaper. Okay, not the other way around. Okay, yep. So first, let's ask the first question. How many days of leave did I take? What shall we ask next question? Does Liam not like me? We took 4 days of leave this quarter. Boom. Does Liam not like me or not like me? Let's see what it's gonna say for a non-generic question like that, because that's not here. It's just here it was just that that Liam very much likes you. Let's see what it's gonna say. Also notice here it's updating. The meeting content does not indicate that Liam does not like you. In fact, it mentions that Liam specifically praised your ability to balance technical requirements with business priorities and appreciates the collaborative work on the product roadmap initiatives. Boom, guys, we got our action items working flawlessly, we got our RAG pipeline working flawlessly with this fucking audio thing.
Cristiano Ronaldo was born on
Yeah, it's working. Let's see now.
February 5th, 1985, on the island of Madeira, Portugal. From a young age, he showcased exceptional talent. Over 19, Ronaldo, of the world's best players.
Yep, cool, no? Yeah, baby. Yeah, guys, like I said, we got the integrations working, we got the RAG pipeline working. Yep, we're done. Let's build our chart all page now. So just right click on the app folder, create a new folder called chart, and in that let's create our page.tsx. Let's also create our hooks folder first. In that let's create our use chart all.ts. Yeah, let's first write our suggestions, like what we're gonna show there. Chart suggestions. What were the key decisions made in yesterday's? Bro, I'll just copy it from the GitHub. Okay, I think there's no point, and I think it's really redundant by just typing all this stuff out. Let's export the use shuttle hook. Export default function use chart all, and let's call the use chart core with the API endpoint and request body. This chart is equal to use chart core. That's why we built it, guys, because we'll be using the same logic and same everything in both the chart with all meetings and chart with a single meeting. That's why we used it. And now it's this hook is gonna be very fucking small because of this. That's the reason I told and we did that. /API /RAG /chart all, get request body input question input. So we're just setting the API endpoint to the chart all route, and we're formatting the request body to the user's question input. Okay, and finally we just return this. Chart and chart suggestions. That's it. Now let's build our first. What shall we build? Let's build our chart suggestions component. Create a component folder in this, and then let's create our chart suggestions.tsx. Let's create an interface for this. Interface chart suggestions props. Suggestions is gonna be an array of strings. And on suggestion click, we're just gonna pass the suggestion of whatever the user has clicked, which is a string, and we won't be getting anything in return. So it's a void function. I hope my fucking voice is audible. That's pretty function. And suggestions on suggestion click, chart suggestion props. This is gonna be the container for the suggestions, and we're gonna center this vertically and horizontally both. Flex call items center, justify center, height of full, space y8, and this is gonna be the header section. The class name is gonna be text center, and yeah, let's keep the title here. What shall this say? Ask AI chatbot. I don't know, let's type some gibberish. Ask AI chatbot any question about all your meetings, which is correct actually. About or regarding, ask AI chatbot any question regarding all your meetings, about all your meetings. I don't know, man. I'll go with about for now. Text Excel, font semi-bold, text foreground, margin bottom 3. Let's keep a p tag here that's gonna say I can search across all your meetings to find information, summarize discussions, and answer questions. Yep. Let's give this a class name of text muted foreground, and below that let's keep the grid layout for the suggestion buttons. Class name is equal to grid columns 2, and let's keep a gap of 4 between each of the grid. Width is gonna be full and maximum width is gonna be 3xl. Yep. Now let's loop through all the suggestions, like each suggestion, and render a button for each suggestion. Suggestions dot map, suggestion index, like I said, we're gonna render a button for each suggestion. And yes, we are rendering HTML button, not the chat.cn one. I am aware of that. And this index on click, we're gonna call the on suggestion click function here, suggestion. What shall we do next? Yeah, finally a class name for this. Padding of 4, bg card, and border, and rounded large over bg primary custom over border primary 30, transition colors, text left group, and yeah, we finally gonna keep our suggestion here. Let's get that emoji again, guys. What's it called? Lightning, right? This one. Yep. Let's keep the gap. This is gonna have a class name of text small, text foreground, group over, text primary, and finally transition colors. Yep, we're done with the chart suggestion. Now let's go and build our chart input and then the chart messages. And yeah, we done with this. We'll be done with this. Let's go build the chart input. Why the fuck is that X coming? Chart input dot tsx rfce interface chart input props. We're gonna get the chart input, which is the current value of the chart input, like what the user has typed, and on input change function change, we're just gonna pass our value of the input, which is a string, and we're gonna get nothing in return. So it's a void function. On send message, and finally is loading, if like a boolean to indicate if the message is being sent, like consider like a loading state or something. Loading boolean. Yep, we can define our function now. Chart input on input change, on send message is loading all of chart input props type, and finally in this we will get the usage stats and the limit and all that stuff from our usage context. Can chart usage limits usage, boom. And yeah, let's render the chart input UI right now here. And this is gonna have a padding of 6, and if the user can't chart, then let's show the upgrade, daily limit reached, upgrade your plan, all that bullshit. Not can chart. What the fuck is this? Chart and usage. Now let's design the warning box, if the daily chart limit reached. Max width for Excel, margin X auto, margin bottom 4, margin bottom 4, padding of 3, VG orange by 10, and border orange 120, and finally rounded large. And in that I'm gonna have a p tag. Class name is gonna be text small, text orange 600, dark text orange 400, text center. We're gonna say daily limit reached usage dot chart messages today. I limit dot chart messages used, and below let's just say upgrade your plan to continue chatting. This will redirect to pricing, and this is gonna have a class name of underline margin ml1, and upgrade create your plan to continue chatting. Boom. Now let's design the container for the input and the send button in case the user can chat. If the user can't chat, we're gonna show that. If the user can chat, then we're gonna show the input field and stuff. Class name is gonna be flex gap 3 max width for Excel margin X auto. Input type is equal to text, value it's gonna be chart input, and on change on input change p dot target dot value. Yep. And finally on key down dot what's this? I forgot. Yeah, dot key. If the user hits enter, then we're gonna send the message. He doesn't have to always go here and hit on that arrow like send icon. That's what I meant. On send message, so yeah, send the message on enter key when the user hits the enter key. Placeholder is gonna be if the user can chat, and we're gonna say ask about any meeting deadlines, decisions, action items, participants, or we're gonna say daily chat limit reached, upgrade to continue. And the class name is gonna be flex1. Disabled is loading or not can chat. So disable the input if it's still loading or if the user can't chat. And yeah, finally our button here to send the chat message, chat CN button, guys. We're gonna keep a send icon from Lucidreact. Class name out of 4 width of 4, and this button on click we're gonna call the on send message function, and same here. If it's loading or if user can't chat, then we're gonna disable it. And the class name finally is gonna be padding x4, padding y3. Boom. We're done with the chart input. And yeah, finally we gonna work on the chart message component. First, let's create an interface for a message. ID, number. The content is gonna be string, which is the text content of every message. Like how many days did I go to Italy? That's a question. That's the content here. And ID is the ID of that question. Is bot. Bro, I already explained this right when we were building the chart with the meeting. It's entirely exactly same. I don't have to explain it again. it's pretty redundant, just go back and listen there. I explained it like very very clearly there. I also took examples and stuff. I explained it very fucking clearly. Why is it showing? Oh fuck, that did. Let's define interface for fuck off. Chat message props, and the messages gonna be of message type string, and is loading is gonna be a boolean. Chat messages is loading type chat messages props. Class name gonna be space y4. And now let's loop through like each and every message, and if it's a bot message, we're gonna display a class. If it's a user message, we're gonna display a class. Like the color and the size, like the color is gonna different, right? That's what I'm speaking of. I explained it during chat with every meeting, so I'm not gonna explain it again. I'm sorry. Already said this, I guess. Okay, why I'm acting like a madman. Okay. I have to cut all that shit off. Messages dot map message, and yeah, let's create the container for each message. Like bot is gonna align left and user is gonna align right. There key is gonna be message.id. Class name is gonna be flex. Message.esport. Then it's gonna be justify start because we want it on the left, or else if it belongs to the user, then it's gonna be justify, and because we want it on the right side, right? Now let's create the message bubble with different styles, if it belongs to a bot or if it belongs to a user, based on the different styles. Max width 70% and rounded large, padding of 4. Message dot fuck off esport. Then we're gonna use this class name bg card border and text foreground, or if it belongs to the user, then we're gonna use this style bg primary text primary foreground. Yep. After that, let's just display the message content. Message dot content. Class name is gonna be text small leading relaxed. Yep. So if it's loading, then let's show a bot message indicating that the message is in progress. Like we're gonna say searching through all your meetings or some shit like that. Is loading, so that the user just doesn't sit like that, like is it working? Kinda like that. Class name, of course we're gonna keep this to the left side, right? Because bot is gonna send the message notice, so obviously bot message is gonna be on the left side, so we'll keep this on the left side. So we're gonna use justify start, and the loading message bubble we will just like style it exactly like this bot border rounded large padding 4. Yep, and in that we just gonna say searching through all your meetings. Let's keep a robot symbol here. Yep, this is gonna have a class name of text small, text muted foreground, searching through all your meetings. Yeah, looks fine in my opinion. Now go to the page.tsx finally, and let's call this chart, and let's get all the states and handlers from our use chortle hook, and we'll pass them down to our props. Okay. Const chart input, set chart input, messages, show suggestions, is loading, chart suggestions, handles and message, handle suggestion click, and handle input change. Yep. I'm gonna get all these from our use chart all hook. What's the issue? Chart suggestion. I think this should be small. Yep. Now let's render the chart UI finally. This is gonna be the main container for the chart page. Let's screen bg background flex column, and let's enter the chart content. Class name is gonna be flex1 flex column, max width 4xl, margin x auto, width full. Flex1 padding of 6 and overflow auto. This is for the main chart area, guys. That's why like on the all sides we're gonna have some padding, so it's gonna look cool. And also we're gonna type 1 2 3 4 5 messages, and from 6 messages we should be able to scroll right. The user should be able to scroll right through all the messages. That's why we're gonna use overflow auto. I'm speaking like I ran a marathon or something. Messages dot length. If no messages, then we're gonna then only the suggestions should be shown, right? That's why we're checking here. If the message dot length is 0, then only we're gonna show the suggestions. Chart suggestions, and we're gonna pass our suggestions, and on suggestion click handle suggestion click. Otherwise, let's just render the chart messages. messages. Oh, who the fuck is use memory? I never even heard about it. He's loading. He's loading. That's it. And yeah, finally let's render our chart input. In the chart input is gonna be chart input. On input change is gonna be handle input change. On send message is gonna be handle send message. Is loading is gonna be, wait, where the fuck did that come from? Is loading. Yep, that's it. Boom. And this should be a client component. This client. Yep. So let's go to our chat with AI page. In my opinion, it sure as shit does look cool. All the suggestions and all that stuff. So we can ask it about any fucking meeting right now, like any meeting. So let's ask a question regarding the first meeting. I'm pretty aware with this transcript, so yeah, we're looking at a salary increase of 12%. Let's ask it. How much is my salary going to be increased? And it's gonna say 12%. Let's, from this, what shall we ask? I don't know. Salary is going to be increased by 12%, effective at the start of next quarter, as discussed in the quarterly performance review meeting. 12% effective at the start of next quarter. Boom. Yep, it's working, guys. In this, let's ask some other question. What shall we say? How much salary are we budgeting for the DevOps role? And here you can see 80,000 to 100,000. Here it should be here also. You should be looking at 90 to 100. No, it's okay. It's for senior engineer. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know, but I'm 100% sure that it should be. Yeah, on the DevOps priorities, 80,000 to 110,000. Strategic hiring and budget planning meeting. Strategic hiring and budget. It's big here. I'll show this. Budget planning meeting should be on 80,000 to $110,000. This additionally, I mean Gaurish, both same, but yeah, highlighted the critical need for this position. Blah 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 bullshit. And finally, let's ask something regarding to this. The good news is that 40% of these customers have indicated that they'll be willing to pay an additional 20 to 30% for premium analytics. Let's ask them. What percent of users are willing to pay extra for premium analytics? It looks dope in my opinion, It's cool. We'll question. 40% of users Q4 product roadmap planning and prioritization. Yep, 40%, right? 40% of these customers. Boom. Yes, our RAG pipeline is working flawlessly. Our integrations are working flawlessly. We're able to push the action items to integrations. We're able to chat with the personal meeting. Why did I copy that? I don't know. And yeah, I think our RAG pipeline is working perfectly. So we're done with this. Thank you. Before we start building the Slack integration and the Slack bot, I'll first explain the data flow and architecture of this. Regarding the Slack integration, we're gonna create the installation route, auth route, setup route, everything like almost nearly same to the Jira and Asana integration. Since I already explained in depth about the Jira and Asana integration, the data flow, API routes, architecture, everything, just go back and watch it, because I don't think it's necessary, and I think it's redundant again to explain all that stuff here regarding the integration, since they're all same, like I mentioned. So I'll just speak right now about the pipeline, Slack bot integration. Okay, so firstly we're gonna go to the website, Slack's website, and subscribe to events, app mention event, which if someone kind of like does MeetingBot, what was the annual revenue in Q4 or some question like that, then we will get a webhook for if someone mentions an awesome question, and we can extract the data from that. I'll explain that later, but the reason of subscribing to this event is that when someone tags our bot and asks something in any channel, we're gonna get the event. And also we're gonna subscribe to just normal DM event. If someone messages the bot, just slide into the DMs and ask this same question, or fuck off, and ask the same question, we're gonna reply to that too. So like that, we're gonna go to Slack website and subscribe to the event, and when the user does something, then we will receive webhook event in /API/event/route.ts. So when that happens, when we receive a webhook, first we'll verify the webhook. Verify the webhook signature. Verify the Slack signature of the received event. And considering the webhook, if the signature does not match or it does not get verified, then we'll stop the process then and there. We won't be moving forward. Okay, after that, then we will send a message details, like pass the event to our message handlers. We're gonna be having two handlers. One is gonna be just bot like app mention handler, and the other one is the DM handler. So when we receive an event, we will be able to find out what type of event it is. Like, is it an app mention event or a DM event? If it's an app mention event, then we'll pass the event to our app mention handler. If it's a DM event, we'll pass the event to our DM handler. They're both almost pretty identical, both the handlers, but a bit different in terms of handling that. So after the signature is verified, then we will pass the event data to the appropriate handler. After we pass it, then the event handlers from the event we pass, they will extract all the information we need, like which user, like who asked the question. Like, we'll be able to extract the email ID of whoever asked it, that, and the what question did the user ask, those kind of questions. The handlers will extract the required stuff like question asked and the user's email, etc. from the received event. So after that, first when someone asks a question, like we will also be extracting the user's email, right? First we will make sure that the user exists in our platform, so that just some random guy doesn't install our Slack bot and tries to ask some questions. Even if that way it doesn't work, because the user is not registered, right? We're gonna make this check. If the user's email exists, then only it's gonna pass, or else it's not gonna pass. We'll stop the process just here itself. Where do I find a triangle? User exists. So if the user exists, then we'll move forward. We will pass the question, the user ID. How will we get the user ID? We're gonna get the user's email, right? We'll query the database to find the user ID of that user's email. So we'll be passing the question and user ID to our API RAG chart all route. Okay, chart all endpoint. And we already built this, while our even if you watch like tutorial with half consciousness, you would already be knowing we built this, unless you have an attention span of a goldfish. Bro, I literally explain this entire route in depth, how it works and all that stuff, so I don't have to say that again. So we're gonna pass the question and the user ID to that, and it's gonna take the question and the user ID, it's gonna query all the stuff, do it all, and then in the end it's just gonna return us the response. We will get back the response from the charter API, and finally show it to the user. Finally, Slack bot is going to reply to the user. So that's it. We're gonna subscribe to the events, and when someone either tags the bot or messages the bot, we will receive a webhook. First we're gonna verify the Slack signature, and if the signature is verified, then we will pass the event data to the appropriate handler, either message handler or tag handler, like app mention handler or person message handler, and the handler is gonna extract all the required stuff, question, user's email, etc. And then we're gonna make sure the user exists in our platform actually, and if and only if he exists, then we're gonna pass the question and the user ID to our RAG chart all route, and it's gonna return a response, and we're gonna send that back to Slack, and the Slack bot is gonna reply to the user. All this happens in a span of 3 seconds, I guess. Yeah, I think we're good with this. We can start building the Slack bot now. Go to API, and do we have a folder for Slack? I think no. Let's create a folder called Slack, and in that let's build our install route. Yes, and let's create our get handler for the Slack install endpoint. Request next request, and we'll pass the URL from the incoming request so that we can access the query parameters. Search params URL request.url. We'll find the return query parameter from this so that we will get to know where we need to redirect to after the installing this Slackbot. Search params get return. Let's get the Slack redirect URI from our env variables for the auth flow we needed. Redirect URI process should env dot redirect URL string. We don't have it yet. Now we'll build it, add it to our env variables in a while, so ignore it for now. State, we're preparing the state parameter so that we can remember where to return after installing. If it exists, if we're able to get it from these parameters, then we'll just send to it, or else we'll just leave it blank. What else can we do? If it exists, we're gonna return to it. Or just nothing. Now let's construct our Slack auth installation URL with all the scopes we required and the redirect info. And after constructing it, we'll just redirect the user to the Slack auth installation page route we just create. We're gonna just create now. This is gonna be our Slack client ID, and the scopes gonna be app mention, read, channels, history, groups, history, groups, read to, chart, write, I'm history, I am read, and I am write, and PIM history, PIM read, write, and finally the user scope, users read, dot email, and redirect URI is equal to encode URI component, redirect URI, and state is gonna be state Now we're just gonna redirect the user to this Slack auth installation page. Return response dot redirect Slack install URL. Let's construct the auth page now. Route, sorry. Let's create the auth route. Yes. Export async function. Who the fuck is that one? Request, next request, and let's do this in try catch block. Now let's pass the query parameters from the incoming request URL. Search params equal to new URL request.url. Now let's get the code, error and state parameters from that. Code is equal to search params dot get code. This is gonna be state. Yes, if you wonder how I know all of this and from where I got all of this, it's all like everything, every inch of this is from their docs or either GitHub issues. Like they have a good GitHub community, a lot of people posted issues there. A lot of issues I got were already covered in there. I just went and googled it and I got the first time I found the GitHub issues of their Slacks one. So from then I searched there, and it was also a mix of documentation and ChatGPT and all that stuff, and yeah, you'll get all of these from there. Const host. Let's get the host from the request header so that we can build the redirect URLs. Host is equal to request.headers.get host. Check is local. Sorry, const, my bad. So actually is local is that we're just checking so that if it's coming from a local URL or from a deployed version, so that when redirecting we can redirect to HTTP or HTTPS accordingly. So that's why we have this. Host route includes local host, then that means it's local, right? Const protocol is local HTTP equals HTTPS. Now let's just build the base URL. Protocol host. If Slack return an error, we'll just log it and redirect to the error page. Console.error Slack error. Just return next response .json. No, we need to redirect it, right? So next response dot redirect base URL /slack is equal to error. If no code is present, and just we're gonna return a JSON error. No code, then let's return next response.json error no authorization code, and it's gonna have a status of 500. Yep. Now let's set the redirect URI for the Slack workflow. And redirect URI base URL /API/Slack/auth. Now let's get the token. Token response is going to await fetch https slack.com/api/auth.v2.access. The method is gonna be post headers content type content type application w form URL encoded. And the body is gonna be new URL search params. Client ID is gonna be process.env.slack client ID, and the client secret is gonna be process.env.slack client secret. And finally the code is gonna be code, and the redirect URI is gonna be the redirect URI. And finally we're gonna pass the JSON response that we're gonna receive from Slack. Let's call it token data. From this token data we're gonna get the access token of the user. Okay, it's called await token response.json. If Slack did not return okay, then we're gonna log it and redirect the user to the error page. What shall we say? Let's keep it same. No, failed to exchange auth code. Here it's gonna be same. Now let's update or insert the Slack installation into the database. If it already exists, we're just gonna update it. If it does not exist, then we're gonna create it. Okay, const install is installation is equal to await prisma dot slack installation dot upsert, where team ID is gonna be token data dot team dot id, and update team name is gonna be token data dot team dot name, and the bot token is gonna be token data dot access token, installed by token data dot auth user dot id installer name token data dot auth user dot name or unknown active true of course and updated at new date. And let's create an installation record if it does not exist one already. Team name bot token installed by installer name active true, all of these are gonna be same. We just gonna add the team id token data dot team dot id. What's the issue come? Okay. Yep, we're done with this. We're done with this. We created a Slack installation for the user. Now let's link the users like the Slack installation to the existing user. How? Using the email ID of the user. And const Slack is equal to new web client token data dot access token. First we need to go and install this Slack web API package. Come on bro. Yep. New web client. I don't know why the fuck this is not coming. Let's import it manually. Okay. Import web client from Slack web API. That's it. Yep. Got that. And let's fetch the users info from Slack. Const user info is equal to await Slack dot users dot info, and the user is going to be token data dot auth user dot id. That's it. And if the user's email is available, then let's just update our user record. If user info dot user dot profile dot email await prisma dot user dot update many, where email is gonna be user info dot user dot. Where the fuck did color come from? No, I'm not a racist. I don't know how color even came. I myself am like brown. Why would I be racist? Data is gonna be Slack. User ID is gonna be token data dot auth user dot id, and Slack team ID is gonna be token data dot team dot id, and Slack connected. Finally we're gonna keep it as true. Yep, that's it. And if there is any error, let's just console log the error. Console.error failed to link user during auth. error. Yep. Now let's extract the return to value from the state parameter so that we can redirect the user. State dot starts with return. If yes, then state dot split return, or else null. If the return to is integrations, then we're gonna redirect the user to the integration setup page, or else we'll just return to the whatever base URL it is, localhost or whatever. Integrations return next response dot redirect base URL slash integrations setup is equal to Slack. Yes, we already built this route and I already clearly explained what is going to happen when we have this parameter of setup is equal to Slack query parameter in the URL. How are we going to extract it, what's going to happen. I already explained it when we were building Jira, Asana, Trello, all that stuff. So go back and watch there if you want an explanation. I think anyone who came this far is probably watching from the start, so I don't think there's any point. Base URL Slack is equal to install. Yep, that's it. And let's just write our catch block now. If there are any errors, just log the error, Slack what error. Yes, actually this is not even important here. There is other way to do this too. Like in the env we can create an env variable called base URL, and in that we can just keep the base URL of whatever one. Right now we're just in development, right? So you can keep it localhost 3000 and it's gonna go like localhost 3000 Slack is equal to error. It's gonna work, right? You don't have to do this. Actually my dumbass code editor suggested that to me and I did it, but this is fine too, like I initially did not realize that I was in localhost and my env variable was the other one, so I fucked around a bit in Slack Overflow, just copied all the answers and asked ChatGPT what to do, and it gave me this suggestion. But yeah, whatever works. And this method is kind of like without even env variable, it's gonna work like perfectly fine. Finally, let's copy this one more time, paste that here. So yeah, let's just redirect to error page if something goes wrong. Return next response of redirect Slack is equal to error. Boom. Let's build the disconnect and finally the setup route. Go to here to integrations and let's create a Slack folder here. Do we have Slack here? No, we don't. I mean, obviously we don't, right? We did not integrate Slack yet. Slack disconnect out.ts. We're just gonna make this Slack connected to false and remove the Slack user ID, team ID, all that stuff. That's it. That's what we mean by this disconnect. export async function post request next request, and let's create try catch clock const user id is equal to await auth if no user id, and we can return next response.json. Okay, there next response.json error unauthorized and a status code of 401, and let's just update the user record in the database to remove the Slack info. Wait, prisma dot use, what the fuck, user dot update many where user id clerk id is user id and data Slack connected is gonna be false, and Slack user id is gonna be null, and Slack team id is gonna be null, preferred channel id null, preferred channel name is also gonna be null. We're gonna remove all of those. Okay, and yeah, finally after that we just return a response of true. Done. Next response.json success true catch error, just console.log the error, Slack disconnect error return next response.json error failed to disconnect, and a status of 500. Yep, we're done with the disconnect route. Now let's create the setup route. Setup route.ts export async function get. We're creating the get handler to fetch, so that we can fetch the Slack channels for our setup, so that in the drop down model, like in the model popped up in the drop down, users can see all these channels and select one of his channel. In that channel is where we're gonna post the users meetings when he clicks on the post meeting button, like in the top here. Okay, request next request start is the try catch clock const user id is equal to await auth what the fuck is wrong here? Oh fuck, my bad. Next response.json, let's find the user in the database first. Const u, oh my god, what is wrong with me? Const user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find first where clerk ID is user ID, and yep. If the user is not like yet connected to Slack, we're just gonna return an error saying Slack is not already connected or something. And user dot Slack tmid, and it's just Slack not connected, status code of 400. And now let's find the Slack installation for this user's team. Const installation is equal to await prisma dot Slack installation dot find unique team ID user dot Slack team ID node installation. Then we're just gonna say installation not found, status code of 400, and let's create a new Slack web client. Slack is equal to new web client installation dot bot token, and using that we will just fetch the list of the public channels from Slack. That's it. Const channels is equal to await Slack dot conversations dot list, and we're gonna pass just the types, which is our public channel, and the limit types public channel. Let's keep the limit to 50. I mean, who the fuck is even going to have 50 channels, right? I mean, I've seen some open source Slack channels, like take Kubernetes for example. They had like a shit ton amount of public channels. Not just Kubernetes, but there might be more. I think there won't be more, because I think Kubernetes is like one of the top 5 most starred repos in GitHub. So I don't think there will be any other thing. I mean, there are exceptions though, like I've seen Bolt, Bolt does not have Slack. I don't know, but 50 should be fine. Return next response dot JSON, and the channels, we're gonna return all the list of channels as JSON response. Channels dot map, the ID is gonna be channel dot ID, the name is gonna be ch dot name. Let's just return an empty array. That's it. And let's write the catch block. Console.error Slack setup error return next response dot JSON error failed to fetch channels. I know the spelling is wrong. Status of 500. Yep, that's it. This is the get handler that we created to fetch the Slack channels for the setup, so that we can display all the channels that the user has. And now let's create the post handler so that we can say the user's preferred Slack channel. Like if he selects one of the channels we shown and he selects that channel, we're gonna save it to our database. Okay. export async function post request next request and try and let's get the channel ID and channel name from the request body. Channel ID, channel name, to await request.json, await prisma.user.update menu, where clerk ID is user ID. Data is gonna be preferred channel ID, it's gonna be the channel ID, and preferred channel name, it's gonna be channel name. And let's just return the success response. Return next response dot json success true. Let's throw catch block here. This is the advantage with Copilot, guys. I don't even have to write this. It just writes by itself, and I'm gonna just hit tab. it genuinely improves my speed by like 50% minimum 50%. Fail to save setup, status code of 500. Yep, we're done with this. We're just getting the whatever the channel ID user selected from the drop down, we're gonna show in the pop-up model, and the channel name, and we're just saving it to the database. That's it. We're doing nothing complex here. Let's create our post meeting route, so that when the user clicks on the button, we're gonna send the transcript the summary and action items to Slack. Okay, where is our Slack? Here? No, not here. Here. Let's create post meeting route.ts. Export async. The way this is gonna work is pretty simple. We're gonna get the action items and summary via our API request, and we'll fetch them from the API request, and we'll fetch the current user from the using clerk, and then using the current user ID we'll query the database to get the Slack installation of the current user. Via that we'll find the bot token via the Slack installation, and then we'll create a new Slack web client, and we'll just send the message using the Slack web client. That's it. So initially let the DB user be null, database user. And user is equal to await current user. If not user, return next response.json. Let's call this DB user. Let's import the Prisma, and this is gonna be user.id. Yep. Let's pass the summary and action items from the request body. Summary action items await request.json. Not dp user or not dp user dot slack team id. Then we're gonna say Slack not connected, please chat with the bot in Slack first. Let's just say Slack not connected. Okay, Slack not connected, and it's gonna be 400. And let's find the Slack installation for the user. Installation is called prisma dot slack installation dot find unique, where team id is gonna be db user dot slack team id, and if not installation, just gonna say Slack workspace not found. Now let's create a Slack web client using the bot token from this installation.bot token. Const Slack is equal to new web client, and we're gonna pass installation.bot token. Const target channel is equal to db user dot preferred channel id or hashtag general, like whatever the channel the user has selected, we're gonna send it to that. And if it's not there, generally in every Slack there's the hashtag general channel, we're just gonna push it to that. It's not mandatory, you can remove it, but yeah, I'll keep it. Yeah, let's just post the meeting summary to Slack. That's it. Now Slack dot chat dot post message. Channel is gonna be target channel. The blocks is gonna be, firstly let's add the header block. Type, yes, even I had like no idea how to like format Slack message and stuff, so I asked ChatGPT and it gave me an example response, and I just use the template everywhere in the email and all stuff. I use this everywhere. Even like for the Slack response, it's just the same everywhere. I mean, there's no point, right, even in learning or giving a shit about this. Emoji true. Let's also add this emoji before that, and actually this should be curly braces, not this braces. Let's skip a comma here, move forward. This type is section, and fields is going to be this. The type is gonna be markdown, and the text is gonna be meeting I think we should also be passing the meeting ID, right, from the meeting header. If we're passing the meeting ID too, so we can use that here. Meeting ID below this. What the fuck? Wait. Punch meeting is equal to await prisma dot meeting dot find unique, where ID is gonna be meeting ID. The const meeting title is gonna be meeting dot title. So we can use that meeting title here. Yep. I think we should use double quotes here. I read it somewhere, but single quotes won't work. I'm not sure how much of that is true. Oh, fuck off, bro. We'll look into that later. Nothing worries with it now. Okay. Yeah, we got this. We got the meeting title, and it is working, right? I don't know which dumbass posted it on Slack. Maybe that was like something old or something. Whatever. Date. It's gonna be meeting dot start time. Yes. Yeah, done with that. After that, let's add a divider. Type divider, and below that let's add a section block for the meeting summary. Type section. The text is gonna be type markdown. The text is gonna be how do I get the notes emoji? Which one? None of these. Leave it now. Summary. And yeah, this should be fine now. We covered the summary one. Now let's add a content block with what do we say, the action items. Action items. This one. Yeah, below that let's add a context block. Type is gonna be context elements type is gonna be markdown. No, this should be this square brackets. Type is gonna be markdown, and text is gonna be posted by user dot first name. If it's not available, let's just say user. New date dot to local string. Let's add some dot or something here. So this one. Yep. This should be another flower brackets actually. Yep, that's why it was showing error. Yeah, that's it actually. We are posting the meeting summary title. We're posting the meeting title, meeting start time, summary, action items, and the user's name. What else do we need? Right. Return next response dot fuck off JSON. Success true. Message meeting summary posted to db user dot preferred channel IP, channel name, or just hashtag general. That's it. And yeah, try catch block now. Error, and we'll just say console.error, error posting to Slack. And we'll just return next response dot JSON error failed to post to Slack and status of 500. Yep, that's it. Actually here you can add another toast message or response saying like if the error code is Slack web API platform error, and then you can just say bot not in channel yet, please add the bot to your channel. Like the bot will only be able to post in a channel if the bot is even present, right? How will you message in a WhatsApp group if you are not even there? Same logic here. That's why first the user needs to add that. If you want, you can mention that logic here and let the user know, but for me I'm not going to. I'm lazy. If we're done with the post meeting route to now, we can build our Slack event handlers now. Before that, first we're gonna build our utility functions. There are just 3 utility functions. One is the Slack signature verification one, already explained why, and the second one is the deduplication utility function, and finally the Slack auth utility function, which will verify Slack requests. And the deduplication one is that when I was initially building this, what was happening was when I asked a question, I used to get the response. It worked fine till there, but after I got the response, it was kind of like infinitely giving reply to itself. At first I did not understand what's the issue, what happened here. I was just going out and looking out. Then I found out the issue is that irrespective of what message it is and who posted the message in the channel, we will get a message. So we will get a webhook request event about the webhook about the event. Like even if the bot posted a message, that will still count under a message in the channel. So I was getting the event. So like that, it was just infinite looping. So that's what deduplication does. If we, and also not only that, Slack is sometimes like resending the same event multiple times. Go ahead online and check it out. There are like a fuck ton amount of issues in Stack Overflow, GitHub issues, and a lot of stuff. Why Slack is sending like that? So just check them out. That's what I built this duplicate event utility. I actually got this from Stack Overflow, and it works too. That's why I'm keeping it though, right? So yeah, we're gonna build those 3 utility functions. Then we're gonna build our 2 handlers. I explained already, right? The app mention handler and just private DM handler. And yeah, finally our API route for Slack events. And yeah, we'll be done with Slack. Boom. Create the events folder here. And then let's create our utils folder. And then create the duplicate.ts file. So how we identify duplicate events is, for every event we get the event ID and event timestamp. Event ID and event timestamp, combining those both will just create a unique ID like a string, and then we store that in a set. So every time we get an event, first we will check does the first we'll create the string and store it in a set. So every time we get an event, we'll create an event ID for that, and we'll check in our set, is this already there in the event in the set. If it's there, then it's a duplicate event. We won't even process that event, we'll just ignore it. That's it. I mean, if an event has the same ID and same timestamp, that means it is a duplicate event, right? Obviously. So that's why we don't publish it. That's it. And yeah, we're gonna create a global variable called where processed event, like a set, and in that we're gonna store all this. And if you wonder how I got this idea, I did not get this idea by myself. Like I said, I was looking in Slack about like how to solve this issue, what's this issue even, why am I getting it, and then one guy posted this solution, and yeah, everyone's using it, so I also just copied that solution. That's it. That's what we're gonna use. Global process events set of type string and define export function is duplicate event. Like I said, we're gonna get an event ID and event timestamp as a prompt. Event ID is a string and event timestamp is also a string. And if you wonder why are we creating a global variable, why can't this just be a single variable, like let processed events is equal to set, then even I in the first didn't know about it. So when I saw the code, then I looked it up. This is used in this way by creating a global variable, because using global.processed events ensures that it is like validated, it persists across multiple invocations, so that even if the user refresh or something, it still exists. If we just use the local variable every time the module is loaded. It will be like reinitialized. Then the whole point of even writing the duplicate function code is of no use, right? Because all the events will be deleted, so there's no point in doing it. So yeah, we're going with this way. I know it's a very bad explanation. Okay, I mean for me at least, I go to Stack Overflow when I'm like really stuck and when I don't understand, like really don't understand. So half the solution I get from Stack Overflow, I ask ChatGPT like how do I modify it to use in my code, and half the times I don't even understand the solution. And like I'm in a belief that I understand it, but I don't understand it. I mean that's the whole point, right? I go it because it's really tough for me and it's beyond my, at least for now, it's beyond my capability. So I think it's fair enough even if I don't understand. But yeah, how it works is at least important to know. And this is pretty not so simple, but the whole point of that is even if we refresh, we should be still holding the event so that we can check it. If we don't use global, then every time we refresh or load or a new state is created, all the shit is gonna go away. That's why we're using global. That's it. So yeah, let's combine the event ID and event timestamp to create the unique identifier, like for each event. Unique ID, event ID, event timestamp. So firstly, if the processed event set does not exist, let's initialize it first. Global or processed event new set. Then we'll check if this unique event has already been processed. If yes, then we'll return true, or else we'll just add it to this set now if we don't already have it. That's it. That's what all this is about. If we have it, then we'll return true. If we don't, then we'll add it. Boom. There's nothing complex in it, right? Global dot processed events dot has unique ID, just return true. That's it. Or else we'll just add it. Events dot add unique ID. That's it. And after 5 minutes we'll just remove the ID. What the fuck are we gonna do by storing it? Global dot processed event delete unique ID. Yeah, in the end we'll return false. Let's build our Slack auth utility function so that we can authorize Slack requests. Slack auth.ts export async function authorize Slack. The source is gonna be team ID string. I actually know about none of this shit, guys. Found all of this online. I never actually write it like this, source, but it's from online, so I just use it like that directly. Fucking voice, why is it like this, bro? So if no team ID, const, we already have the team ID, right? If no team ID, then we'll just throw new error, no team ID provided, const installation await prisma dot slack installation dot find unique where team ID is team ID. You can just write team ID, I guess. Yep. If the installation is missing, we'll just log and throw the error. Installation or installation dot active, just console error. Installation not found or inactive for the team ID, throw new error, installation not found for team ID. Okay, we put the wrong column. Okay, after that we just return the bot token and team ID. That's it. Team ID installation dot team ID. I'm gonna write our catch block. Console error, auth error, error, and then throw error. That's it. And finally our Slack verify Slack signature. It was raining heavily today and I ate like 2 ice creams, and not even 6 hours I'm already having the consequences. Verify Slack signature dot yes. Okay. It's actually this from the official docs, guys. Official docs and some ChatGPT, GitHub, just like all the other files, mix of everything. We're gonna do the same. Export function verify Slack signature body string signature string timestamp is string const signing secret is equal to process dot env dot slack signing. What the fuck is that? Signing secret. We don't have that yet. We will add that in a variable, and let's get the current time. Don't get time because we wanted 10 seconds. So just saying what the whole point of this file is that we already have our signing secret here. Okay, This is the signing secret that Slack gave to us when we created our app. Okay, now we're recreating the signature using the request body. When we get the event request, right, using the request body, we're recreating the signing secret using the timestamp and our signing secret, and then we're gonna compare both that signing signature Slack gave us and the one we got from our event, and if both of those are same and the signature matches, then only we're gonna move forward with the processing of the event, or else we won't. That's it. That's how we're gonna identify the fake request. Oh, who the fuck is gonna even care about our app, man, to make fake requests? But if people did it, so I did it. Or else I wouldn't give a less a fuck about this shit. Math dot absolute. I genuinely think you should really, ignore this thing entirely, this file. I mean, if I were you, that's what I would do. First to return files. Now let's just build a base string for signature verification as per Slack specification in the docs in the file I recently showed. Signature base string v0, not that v0 you think, not that UI thing. Timestamp body, and create our own signature using HMAC SHA256 and the signing signature, my signature. I'm pretty sure I would make some typo in this shit. I literally copy pasted this entire file when I was coding it. Dot create HMAC HA256 signing secret dot update sig base string UTF-8 dot digest x. Why the fuck is this shit showing error, bro? System TypeScript, what the fuck you mean? Import crypto from crypto. Yeah, it's working now. Fuck off. I will just return crypto dot timing if equal buffer dot from my signature UTF-8 encoding and buffer dot from signature UTF-8. Or if these both are same and identical, then we're gonna return, this will return true, or else it's just gonna return false. That's what this is. It's just comparing both of those things. That's it. We can now go. Let's create our app mention handler. Okay. Create a new folder called handlers. App mention.ts. Export async function handle app mention event say client. All these props we're gonna get it passed on from our events route. Okay, we'll get it from there. Let's create the unique event ID. for the duplication. Const event id is equal to app mention event or channel event dot user, and the event timestamp is gonna be event dot event ts event dot ts. Let's the fuck just happened. Let's just send this to our each duplicate event function, these both props. That's what we have, right? As props we're gonna receive event id and event string. We're gonna pass those, and yeah, it's gonna store and let us know if it's a duplicate event. That's it. It's duplicate event id event timestamp. Let's return, if it's a duplicate event, just fuck off. That's it. Then const auth test is equal to await client dot auth dot test. We're doing this to check if the mention is from our own bot. Slack authentication this, and we're gonna skip the mention if the mention is like from our own bot. Auth test user id just return. Now let's get the Slack id from the event users Slack id. Dot user not Slack user id. If it does not exist, the Slack user id, then just return. And let's get the events text, which is the question, right? What the user has typed for that shitty user. Event dot text. I'll just keep an empty string if nothing exists. And let's remove any Slack mentions from the event text, and also trim the white space. Text is equal to text dot replace just copy it from the docs. Okay. Yep. And after that, if the text is empty, let's just send a message to the user. We'll just say, ask me about anything, what were the key actions today, whatever bullshit. Okay. Clean text and just say come on, emojis. Hi, this one. I'm gonna say hi, ask me anything about your meetings, for example. What were the key decisions in yesterday's meeting? Why is the dot not showing up in the recent emojis? I don't know. Summarize yesterday's meeting action items. It was like playing a snake game. And who attended the product planning session, something like that. Yep, I will just return that. Now let's fetch the Slack user info so that we can get their email address, and then we'll find the user in our database using that their email address. Const user info to await client dot users dot info user Slack user ID. Const user email is equal to user info dot user profile dot email. If no user's email is found, then we'll just say sorry, I can't find your email address, make sure your email is there or something. Await, say sorry, I can't find your email. Please make sure your Slack email is visible on your profile settings. And yeah, like I said, we want to find the user in our database using their email address. Prisma dot user dot find first where email user email, and if the user is not found, we'll just send them a message asking them to sign up. Await, say text account not found blocks type is gonna be section, text is gonna be, type is gonna be in this markdown, and the text is gonna be that hi again. I can't find an account with email user email. Looks like we kept the wrong braces. We'll change it though. So email please sign up at your please sign up, then you can chat with me here. Please sign up first at our platform. No, please sign up first should be enough. Oh, like I said, Yep. After that, this type is gonna be context, and the elements we gonna say once you have an account, I can help you with meeting summaries, action items, and more. Return it, and we'll get the Slack team ID using the Slack's client. Const team ID equal to await client.auth.test and await prisma.user.update where id user.id the Slack user ID, Slack user ID, Slack team ID as string, and the Slack connector is gonna be true. Is this showing error? Okay. Yep. So then we're gonna say await say robot searching through your meetings. So first we're gonna make all those checks, and if it pass all of those checks, then only we're gonna send this message saying searching through your meetings, and then we're gonna make the API call by sending the text and user ID to it. Until then we won't, because we don't want to waste resources, right? So now we're gonna send the user's question to our RAG API to get the answer. Response is equal to await fetch process.env. What's the name in our next public app URL? Next public app URL /API /rag/chart all. Method is gonna be post headers content type gonna be application /JSON and body is gonna be JSON.stringify. Question is gonna be clean text, and the user ID is gonna be user.id. That's the only two things we need, right guys, in this chart all route. That's it. We just need the question and the user ID. That's what we are passing here. Chill then, right? If response is not okay, if you got any error, just throw new error saying RAG API failed. response dot status. Let's pass the JSON response from the RH API now. Const data is equal to await response dot JSON. So if an answer is written, we're gonna format it nicely and just send it to the user. That's it. Data dot answer and we're gonna say text is gonna be meeting assistant response text is gonna be section. So this needs to be typed, not text. This text is gonna be type markdown. Text is gonna be report meeting assistant is gonna be answer. Actually here we forgot to create the answer variable. Just answer is equal to data dot answer. That's it. And meeting assistant, it's gonna say type is gonna be just divider. This type is gonna be context markdown. Say ask me about meetings, decisions, action items, or participants. Yep, that's it. If we have the answer, then we're gonna send the answer to the user, or else we're just gonna say sorry, I got a fucking error or some whatever bullshit we can sell. Sorry, I encountered an error searching through your meetings. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna catch the error if any. Console.error. App mention handler error. Error. I'm gonna say await, say sorry, something went wrong, please try again, bitch. Yeah, that's what we are gonna say here. Now let's create our message.ts, our final handler, and it's almost like 80% similar to this, guys. We're just gonna copy paste it. I mean, if you are a first bench guy or a geek or a nerd, then rewrite it all if you want. Async function handle message message say client so we're gonna keep our try block here. So let's keep processing the message. If it's like a bot message or text is missing, okay, message dot subtype bot message or user in message right, user in message text in message return. And if the user ID starts with B, which means it's a bot user, so we're gonna skip it. Like each bot is gonna have a user ID like bot 1x CP69 whatever, but initially this it is 100% going to have bot underscore thing. Okay, message dot user message dot user dot starts with B, then s return. Const dot test is equal to await a client dot auth dot test. Let's also skip the message. If it's from our own bot user or test dot user ID return const text is equal to message dot text. Also let's skip the message if it contains mention of our bot, because that's gonna be like in the main channel, so we don't care about that here. Text dot includes text dot includes the tag and let's return it, and yeah, let's go here and let's copy from here all the way to the end. Let's copy till here, copy and paste it here. Also go to the catch block, paste the catch block too. All the places here, fuck off. All the places here, let's replace that with message dot channel event message dot user let's go and import Prisma first. Let's remove this entirely. Remove this too. That's it. We shall now finally create the events route. Route.ts app is equal to new app. Let's be creating a new Slack Bolt app instance, and we're gonna use our signing secret and our auth. Do you have Slack Bolt installed? No, we don't. Let's go and install that. This is the one. If it's installed, let's try to import it. Nope, we shall import it manually. Const app from Slack Bolt. Oh, I'm out of my mind. Import app from Slack Bolt. Yeah. What the fuck is singing? Signing secret we process dot env dot slack signing secret and authorize is gonna be our authorize Slack function. Now let's register our handler for our app mention events so that we can respond when the bot is mentioned. App.event app mention handle app mention and app.message show handle message. That's it. Let's define our post handlers so that we can process the incoming Slack events. Export async function post request. Let's grab this in a try catch block. Let's first read the raw request body as a text. T is equal to await request dot text const body json dot pass body and actually when we are creating the Slack app, it's gonna ask us for a URL verification. Sorry, it's not going to ask. Like when we enter our event handler route, it's gonna send it like a test challenge so that we just need to respond to that challenge. So for that case, body json dot type is equal to URL verification, then we'll just respond with the challenge. That's it. So by this way, when we respond with that, Slack will know that okay, so this route is working and we can fix this route. Once try out, okay, just remove this and try out your code once. It's not going to work if you remove that. That's why we need it. Even I didn't know about this. I mean, obviously I didn't know a lot of shit about this, and I don't know, like I had no idea when I was first building any of this because everything in YouTube was outdated. But yeah, in the end figured out. And even when I wrote all of this shit, I didn't know much about this URL verification. I mean, I did see glances of it, but I of course ignored it because I thought, what am I going to do with the verification and stuff? It's just going to be like an MVP, right? Like a side project. What's the point in doing verification and stuff? Then I knew it was mandatory, so yeah, I did it. Now let's get the Slack's signature and timestamp headers. Signature is equal to request dot headers dot get next Slack signature const timestamp request dot headers dot get Slack request timestamp. If the signature or timestamp is missing, we'll just return an unauthorized error. Signature or timestamp does not exist. Now return next response dot JSON error missing and status of 401. And now let's verify the Slack signature, and if the Slack signature is not verified, I mean if it's invalid, we'll just return saying invalid signature. That's it. We're gonna pass the body signature and the timestamp. And we're just gonna say invalid signature, and that's gonna be 401. Let's process the Slack event now using the bold app dot process event. Body is gonna be body JSON. We're gonna keep the acknowledgement to just nothing. We're gonna do nothing. If you want, you can log it. When the event is acknowledged to Slack, you can log it. I don't want to. Let's finally return a success response to Slack. True. I have read in some post that when Slack sends you the event, you must respond within 3 seconds with an OK or something. But I'm not sure how much that is true, because some people are saying it's true, some are saying it's not, and some are saying it's in the old version, it's removed in the new version, whatever. But yeah, I'm just letting you know, because just in case later you see it online and you say, oh God, you did not say it, blah blah blah. So I'm saying it. Console.error post error return next response dot JSON error and internal error status of 500. Yep, I think that's it. We're done. We'll just now go and create our Slack app. Oh my god, so many files are open. Yeah, we'll just go and create our Slack app and get all our env variables, and then we can test out our Slack integration and also test out our Slack bot. So to create our Slack app, go to api.slack.com. I actually just created this new Slack channel. You can just sign into Slack and create it. It's free, nothing needed. So like firstly, when you create a Slack app, it will just be available in your workspace only, and then you can try it out, test it out, and once it works, you can just make it available to the public. Anyone can download it. Okay, so go to your apps. Let's create a new app. Select from scratch, and the app name is gonna be MeetingBot. I'm gonna select YT-test. That's the new channel, new Slack workspace I created. I hit on create app, and we have all the app ID, client secret, signing secret, verification token, and all those stuff. Here we can modify it or something. I will select something. We'll select this. Yep. Yeah. So go to auth and permissions, and here go to redirect URLs. Here click on add new redirect URL. Go to this our ngrok URL. Okay, and ngrok URL / our path is /API/Slack/OAuth. That's our path. That is what we gonna add here. Boom. And then let's hit on save URL. Yep. Now go to scopes, and about token scopes. Let's add app mentions read, and channels history, channels read, channels write, all that stuff. Channels read, channels write. Channels read, we already added channels read. Okay, it's actually chart write, my bad. Chart write, groups, history, and history, and read, also write topic, MPIM history, PIM read, write topic, and finally user read, and lastly users read, so that we can view the email addresses. Yep. Before we do any of this enable the events, just go to basic info and copy the client ID. Yeah, by the way, in env file just add these 6 env variables. Okay, this is the client ID, and this is the client secret, and the signing secret, and bot token we'll get it when we install it. And yeah, this Slack redirect URL is gonna be just first copy this, /API/Slack/OAuth. That's it. Now come here, go to events. Where is this? Event subscriptions, and enable that. Here go to subscribe to bot events, and here add bot event. We're gonna add app mention, and message dot channels, message dot groups, message dot im, and finally message dot mpim. That's it. Yep. Go to app home and here enable this. Here click on this allow users to send / commands and messages from the messages tab. Go to event subscriptions. Let's enable this now. Let's copy the ngrok URL and say /API/slack/events, and look, it's verified. Yeah, we are fine with that now. Now let's subscribe to the bot events. App mention, message dot channels, message dot groups, message dot im, message dot mpm. In the start, guys, this saying, I subscribe to this, like, how do I say this? I subscribe to a bit more events, and in the end, in the start, I had no idea about this thing. What it is that when you consider that in DMs, the user tags MeetingBot, how are you or something. So firstly, it's a private message, so we're gonna get one webhook request for that. And the another thing is the user tagged the MeetingBot there, right? So we're gonna get another event there. At first I had no idea. Even though I implemented deduplication, I was like getting two requests all the time. I was so fucking pissed. I was genuinely so much pissed. Then I understood that if you subscribe to more than required events, then yeah, you're gonna get more events. So I only kept what I needed. And yeah, I was able to solve that issue. I was just seeing the text in the event we get, and if they are like in less than 3 seconds, like if the difference between both the events is less than 3 seconds and the text is same, then I ignored the second coming event. Even if the text is even if the event is different or same, I don't care. If the text is same and if the event difference has like the timestamp occurred is between like less than 2 or 3 seconds, then I was ignoring it. So I did solve that, but I found it online that if you subscribe to more than required events, then you're gonna get like so many duplicate webhook event subscriptions. I read it in their Slack community discussions, I guess. I don't remember, I was fucking around a lot. I searched in a lot of places and stuff, so many things, so I don't remember, I really don't. But yeah, it should be out there somewhere. So go to app home, go to basic information, go to install app. Let's just install this to our YT test channel now. Test, click on allow, boom, success. Copy this bot user auth token, go to env, paste that there. Yeah, we should be having our bot. Boom, guys, what else do we need? We got our bot app here. Let's try it out now. Where do we think we should be having a general channel, right? Nope, fuck off. Yeah, whatever, let's add this. Hello. First we need to add it. It will show that here. Yeah, add them. MeetingBot has been added. So currently we're using Gaurish 100 account here, and if you see here, this is the clerk ID of that. This is the clerk ID of 369 email, and all the meetings belong to the 369 email, not to the 100 email. So technically we don't have any meetings in this account. Let's go to our ngrok URL. Currently I am signed in with my Gaurish 100 account here, so that's why we don't have any meetings here and no integrations too, and that is completely fine because we can still chat generic stuff like hi, how are you, or something like that. And after that we'll make our Slack app public, then we'll sign in through our Gaurish 369 email, and yeah, we can chat there. Just connect MeetingBot, allow, and boom, see what channels we have here. All YT test, new channel, and social. All YT test, social, new channel. Boom. Let's select what channel did we select here. New channel. Hit on save, and boom, we can chat here now. We can go here and go to terminal. Okay, let's send the message now. Hello. Yep, we received the Slack event. Searching through your meetings. Now it's just gonna say hello or what a bullshit. Hi, how are you? Yep. Ask me about meetings, decisions, everything. Guys, the reason this did not work is that firstly we need to integrate Slack here, right? In the application. I just installed the app here and I was trying to get the bot working like an idiot. I forgot how my own application works. See this here. Installation not found because I did not integrate that here. So I realized that and I just stopped fucking around here and I went and I connected and yeah, got it working. Now let's try to test out the private DMs. Hello. Yep. Searching your meetings. We received the event. Yep, see this here. It made the call to the RAG Chatol API. I think we're good, guys, you know. Hello, how can I assist you today? If you have any questions about your meeting history, feel free to ask. That's it, guys. You know, we're good with this. Boom. Yep. Go here first. Go to manage distribution. Let's make this public now so that anyone can install it. Click on this and hit on activate public distribution. Boom, that's it. Right now I'm signed in with my 369 account, Gmail account. So let's go to integrations and yeah, I just created this new Slack channel, you know, YT369, and this is me, my email, and this is the same account here. Guys, please don't, I hope no one is dumb enough to ask a question like, oh Gaurish, why does the Slack email and the account email needs to be same? Bro, that's how we identify the Slack user, right? Every time he sends a question or types a message or tags the bot, then we verify him. Okay, let's get the email of this user. Does he have an account in our platform? And yes, then only we move forward, and using the same email address is how we query our Pinecone DB, right? Like filter the meeting, and then we query our Pinecone DB. So it has to be same. It needs to be same, you know. You can't just fuck around with different emails in different places. It's same in every platform. Even with Otter AI, FireFlies AI, there is the same methodology, and I'm using the same too. Hit on connect. See all this stuff. We good. Hit on allow. We have new channel, social, all YT test. I'll add it to new channel. Channel. Hit on save. Yep. Let's add the bot here. I will say hello first. Add them. Yep. Hello, how can I assist you today? Now let's send a message saying how many days did I go. No, let's just say which country did I go to. Which country did I go to? It's gonna say Italy or France. Italy, yeah. Yeah, 16 Japan. 16 Japan. You went to Italy. Boom. Mentioned in the quarterly performance review meeting where Rachel asked about your trip. Fuck yeah. Let's go here. Let's say hello. Let's ask another question. What shall we ask? What salary are we considering for DevOps role? I don't remember. It should be around 80k to 110, right? I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. What salary? For DevOps engineer role, Lizzie suggested 80,000 to 110,000. Boom. Yeah, guys, we successfully integrated Slack and we already tested out all this stuff, right? Trello, Jira, Asana, and Google Calendar we're obviously integrated. So yeah, we're fucking done with the entire integrations, RAG pipeline, chart, all those shit. Let's now finally work on our setting space, then pricing space, and finally webhook and Lambda functions, and boom, we'll be done. I think around 80% is done now. Probably just 1 or 2 hours more. That's it. We're done. Okay. Okay, chill out. Yeah, fine. Boom. Let's create our settings page now. Go to app and right click, settings. Let's create our page.tsx. Yeah. Let's create our states first. Just user equal to use user. We'll get it from clerk. User ID. We'll get it from clerk. And let's set the state for the bot's name. Set bot name. Use state. Initially it's gonna be MeetingBot, that's it. Even in the database and everything, initially it's gonna be MeetingBot. When we initialize the record for the user, it's gonna be MeetingBot by default. When he changes it, we'll change it, or else it's just gonna be MeetingBot by default. And let's set the state for the bot's image avatar URL, image URL. State. Initially it's gonna be null. Let's set the state for the user subscription plan now. User plan, set user plan is equal to use state. Initially it's gonna be free, and let's create a state to track if the settings are loading, so that we can show the loader skeleton or whatever. Initially it's gonna be true, and let's add a state to track if the settings are being saved. Initially it's gonna be false. and yeah, state to track if the image is being uploaded. And finally, state to track the unsaved changes. Set has changes to state. It's going to be false initially. Let's fetch the bot settings if the user exists or changes or whatever. If user ID exists, we did not create this function, it will create just a minute. Okay, fetch bot settings. User ID. Now let's create the function to fetch bot settings now. Const fetch bot settings async try const response is equal to await fetch /API /user /bot settings. If the response is okay, then yeah, we're gonna update the states. That's it. Data is equal to await response.json set bot name to data.bot name. If it's unavailable, we'll still keep it just MeetingBot, and set bot image URL data.bot image URL. I'll just keep it null if it does not exist. Set user plan data.plan, or we'll just keep it as free. That's it. And our catch block now. Console.error fetching bot settings error. And finally, set is loading false. Now let's handle the changes to the bot name. Like if the user changes any bot name, we'll update the state. Okay, const handle bot name change any and set bot name to e.target dot value, and finally set hash changes to true. Let's create the handle image upload function for the bot image or bot avatar. Handle image upload is equal to async any, and launched file is equal to e.target.files. If file does not exist, just what am I doing? Just return. Yes, set is uploading to true. Why am I making so many typos? So Let's create the form data for upload. Form data is equal to new form data, and form data dot append file type, file of type file, yeah. And let's send the image to our backend API for upload. We did not create this route yet, we'll create it in just a couple of minutes. Fetch /API /upload /bot avatar method is gonna be post, and body is gonna be form data. Const data is equal to await response.json, response.ok. When we make the request call, in response we'll be getting our AWS uploaded S3 URL. Okay, so if the response is okay, we'll set the bot image URL to that response.url, I mean data.url. Set has changes true. Yeah, that's it. Or else we'll just say console.error image uploaded failed data.error. I think it should be image uploading failed, not uploaded. It's fine, leave it. Catch error. And finally set is uploading to false. Yep. And let's save the bot settings to the backend. Const save settings async set is saving to true, and try const response is equal to await fetch /API /user /bot settings. Yes, we'll create this route. Just a couple of minutes. Method post headers content type application /JSON, and the body is gonna be JSON or stringify. Bot name and bot image URL. I mean, that's what the user can change, right? Just the bot name and the bot image URL. So that's what we are gonna send to. And if response is okay, then set has changes to true. Sorry, false. Yep. And yeah, our catch block now. Console.error what shall we say? Error saving bot settings. That's what we're gonna say. And yeah, finally set is saving to true, false. Yeah, set is saving to false. Yep. And let's get the display name for the subscription plan. Like we'll create that function. Like for example, to explain it to you, in our database we like have just like free, starter, pro and premium. I mean, we just did not create Stripe, so you probably don't know. In our database we'll just be saving the name of the plan, free, starter, pro and premium. But when displaying, I think it won't be like pretty, right? Just saying pro. So I think saying pro plan would be more good. So yeah, we'll be using just simple switch cases. If the case is free, we're gonna display free plan. If it's starter, then we're gonna display starter plan. Yeah, that kind. So yeah, let's create that function. Const get plan display equal to plan. Plan is a string. Switch plan dot to lowercase case free. We're gonna return free plan, and this is what will be displayed there. And the case starter, we're gonna return starter plan, case pro, return pro plan, case premium. You're gonna return premium plan. And finally default, let's just say invalid plan if none of that exists, right? Yep, we're done with that function. Let's create our color classes function. Actually initially we don't even need this function, but the reason why I created this was I was thinking of like creating a different color for each plan. Like if it's free plan, then we're gonna have a color. If it's starter, then another color, like that, different, like 4 colors for 4 different plans. But it was looking ugly that's why I came up with this. And yeah, if we were using 4 colors, it would be not so efficient, right, to use ternary operators. It would be ugly as fuck. So yeah, so in the end I just removed 2 of the colors from this, and it's just like that. And dot to lowercase free. If it's free, then we're gonna use the gray color, bg gray 500 t, and text gray 400, or bg green 520, and text green 400. Yep, done with that. And if the settings page is loading, we're just gonna return a simple loading. loading. This is gonna have a class name of text foreground. This is gonna have a class name of flex items, center, justify, center, and height screen. Yep, that's it. Now we can render our main settings page UI here. Okay, class name is gonna be min screen and bg background, padding of 6. I actually got the idea like to display it in the center and leave the gaps around from outer. Like I was thinking there is not much content to display in the settings page, and I think it would be ugly, if we make everything like full width. So I was thinking, and yeah, I remember outer because I've been using it since a long time, right? So I just went to it and used it. Max width to XL, margin X auto, and let's display the page title here. It's gonna say settings, class name, text to XL, font bold, text foreground, margin bottom 8, text center. And let's display the user's profile card, relative G card 80, backdrop slur small and rounded large, padding 6, border, and margin bottom of 8, shadow of extra large, and shadow is gonna be black 10. And just a simple gradient overlay here, absolute insert 0 bg gradient to BR from white file to transparent, rounded large, pointer events none. Yep, after this we can display the user avatar and name. Firstly, this div is gonna be relative and div class name is gonna be flex items center of course, and gap of 4 between each item, and margin bottom 4, and div is gonna have a class name of width 16. This is for the user profile, guys. Okay, width 16, height of 16, and of course I want the image to be like rounded, not in a square shape or something. So rounded full, rounded full, flex shrink. Why am I making so many typos in this session? Flex shrink 0. I just woke up though. Overflow hidden, ring 2, ring primary, 20, user dot image URL, and if the user's profile image is available, we'll show it, or else we'll just show an avatar. user dot image URL to profile class name is gonna be width 16 height of 16 rounded full and object cover because we don't want the rest of the image to get out, right? And like I said, we just show the default user icon if there is no image. Width 16, height of 16, bg primary, extend rounded full, flex items. What the fuck is flex items? Sorry, it should be flex items center and justify center, so we're centering it. User class name is going to be height of 8, width of 8 and text primary. Yep. And below this image, let's display the user's full name. Class name is gonna be text large, font semi bold, text foreground, and it's gonna be user dot full name. As a fallback, let's just keep user. Okay, so so that it doesn't be empty or stay empty, whatever is the correct grammar. Okay, let's display the user's email and the plan badge, whatever user's plan is. So this one have a class name, flex items start, justify between item start, div and span. This is gonna say email. Okay, this is gonna have a class name. First let's write the text. It's gonna say email and we'll show the user's email. Text small, bg muted and text muted foreground. Padding x2, padding y1, rounded full. This is gonna have a class name of text small, text foreground and margin top of 1. User or primary email address dot email address. Oh, we just say no email. It's impossible, but yeah, just fall back. How the fuck will a user exist without the email, right? And yep, below this we'll display the user's plan. Class name is gonna be text extra small, padding x2, padding y1 and rounded full. Get plan color I'm gonna pass the user's plan as a prop so that it will return the full string. So it's gonna return the color. Okay, and yeah, we'll display the user's plan here. Get plan display and I'll pass the user's plan here. Plan display name. It's more vocabulary like this. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. What else do we have here? We're creating our bot customization part now. Okay, class name is gonna be bj car, rounded large, and padding of 6, border and h3. This is just gonna say bot customization. The class name of text large, font semi-bold, text foreground, and margin bottom of 4, and bot name input, class name of margin bottom 6. And do we have label installed from chatcn? Oh yeah, we do. Okay, good for us. And it's just gonna say bot name, and it's gonna have a class name of block, text small, and font medium, text foreground, margin bottom 2. HTML for bot name. This is for the bot name input field. Okay, let's keep the input component here, and initially first let's create the id. Okay, id bot name same. Oh wait, my bad. And input type is gonna be text. Why is this adding all the time? And initial value is gonna be the bot name, like whatever it's in our database. It will just show up here. Like when we fetch the data from the URL, we're updating and storing the value in the state, right? And we're using the value in the state too, from the state. And change, handle bot name change, and placeholder, let's say enter bot name data. Why did I make that sound? Okay, and yeah, bot avatar upload component, let's build now. Class name is gonna be margin bottom of 6. Just copy the same thing, and let's change it to bot avatar. Oh my god, bot image upload. Below that, let's say flex item center gap 4. Class name is gonna be width 20, height of 20, bg primary 10, rounded full, flex items center, justify center, and overflow hidden. If the bot image URL exists, then let's display it, or else let's just display a generic bot image, from Lucid React or something. Bot image URL image. The source is gonna be bot image URL. Alternate. Let's just say bot avatar, and it's gonna have a class name of width 20, height 20, rounder, full, object cover. Oh, not center to object cover. If the image URL does not exist, we're just gonna use the generic bot image. Class name, height of 10, width of 10, text primary. Yep. Let's create the file input now. But type is gonna be file, and ID is gonna be this same thing. Where is this? Yeah, bot image upload, and accept image type, and on change we're gonna call the handle image upload function, and if the image is being uploaded, this is gonna be disabled because we don't want duplicate uploadings, right? If the user is clicks on upload and then he doesn't see disabled, then he's gonna upload again, whatever shit. Okay, let's call the label component here, and HTML for it's gonna be for bot image upload, and the class name is gonna be inline flex item center in gap of 2, padding x of 3, padding y of 2, bg muted, text muted, foreground, and rounded large, hover bg muted 80, and transition colors, and cursor pointer, of course. Oh, okay, we got the wrong braces, what do I call this? I don't know. If it's uploading, then we're gonna have an opacity of 50, and also cursor not allowed, or else nothing. User can do anything. Wait. Yep. Yeah, we are good now. Good to go. And let's use an upload image here, icon here, height of 4, width of 4. I actually thought of using H280's upload component, but We're using chats in everywhere. I didn't want to push up another library just for this simple upload thing. It's uploading. I'm gonna say upload image, and after that label, what shall we say? Nothing. Yeah, let's specify image types. Not required, but yeah, JPG or PNG. And this is gonna have a class name of text extra small, text muted foreground, and margin top of 1, so that it doesn't stick around, right? And yeah, finally our save changes button. We're gonna say it. We need to display this button only if there are like unsaved changes, right? We won't display it all the time, right, unnecessarily. As changes button, this is gonna have a save icon. It's gonna have a class name of height of 4 and width of 4. Is saving. If it's saving, we're gonna say saving, or else we just say save changes bitch. Yep. Yeah, we forgot to give a class name, on click handler, everything for this function. On click, we're gonna call these save settings. Let's rename it to save bot settings. It's not clear enough. Disable is saving. If it's already saving, let's disable it, of course. And finally the class name is gonna be inline flex items center gap 2 margin bottom of 6. Save bot settings. And yeah, finally, we'll just keep the sign out button. Class name, padding top 4, and border on top, and border. Sign out button. We're getting this from clerk. Dude, you should be already knowing this, genuinely. Well, this is kind of fucked. I already said it like so many times. And we'll show a logout icon. It's gonna have a class name of height of 4, width of 4. And it's gonna say sign out bitch. And let's give this button a variant of destructive. The issue with chat since destructive is that it's not actually destructive. It's kind of looks a bit gayish. The red color, it's not good. I think it's similar to this red color, it's not even red, it's pink, pinkish reddish color. It's not even apple red, and it pisses me off. I think you could say Airbnb type of red, which I don't like. Inline flex. I mean, we could customize the button though. Can't blame it on them. We do have the choice to customize it. Yep. We're done with the settings page. We'll just now go and create our 2 routes: avatar upload route and the save settings. bot settings route. Yep. Go to app API user. Do you have a user route? Yep. In this, let's create our bot settings route.ts, and yep. Export async. Let's build our get handler. Export async function get. Let's wrap in a try catch block. Const user is equal to await current user, and if user does not exist, just return next response.json error unauthorized status 401. And first let's find the user in the database, and yeah, we'll select and get the bot settings. Const db user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find unique where id is where clock id is user dot id, and select bot name true, and bot image URL true, and finally current plan, so that we can display all this in the settings. Bro, we literally just build the settings page. I don't have to explain it, right? And I will just return him. That's it. Return next response.json bot name db user dot bot name. As a fallback, let's just say MeetingBot, and bot image URL is gonna be db user dot bot image URL or null as a fallback, and finally the plan gonna be db user dot current plan or free. Yep. Catch error. What shall we say? Where is this from? Something. Okay, leave it. But yeah, what shall we say? It's console.error fetching bot settings, no error, and we'll just return saying internal server error and the status of 500. Yep. Yep. Let's define the post handler so that we can save the bot settings of the user. Export async function post request is of type request, and just copy that, and let's pass the bot name and bot image URL from the request body. Next, bot name bot image URL is equal to await request.json. Yeah, let's update the user's bot settings in the database. Await prisma.user.update where clerk id is user.id, and we're gonna update this data. Bot name is gonna be bot name, or just MeetingBot as a fallback, and bot image URL is gonna be bot image URL. Yep. After that we'll just return I got served, just return success. Next response.json success true, error. I just use the same thing, and error saving here, not fetching, right? Internal server error, boom boom boom. Yep. Let us build our bot avatar now. API upload route, upload bot avatar route.ts. First we need to install this AWS S3 SDK client. Damn bro, 10 million each week is just insane. Why did it decrease there? 24, 12, 29. Oh, okay, it's Christmas and New Year, right? 22nd. I think Christmas was 24th or whatever. I mean, the last 1 or 2 weeks in December, it's, of course, people would be off, right? So I assume that 60% of these, like 6 million people, are probably like 95 employees, and the 3 million who still downloaded on that time, 3 or 4 million, are kind of like us, like startup people or something. Nice, good to know. Did I copy that? Where should I download this? Here. Let's create our S3 client here. S3 client is equal to new S3 client. Okay, let's import it manually then. Fuck off. Yes. Import S3 client and put object command from AWS SDK client S3. Nice. Region is gonna be process.env.aws region. We did not create our AWS client and all stuff, our AWS S3 bucket. We will just in a minute, so chill out, don't worry about that. Access key ID is gonna be AWS access key ID, and secret access key is gonna be AWS secret access key. Yep, we are done with that. Now let's create our post handlers so that we can use it to upload bot avatar images to S3. Export async function post request type next request. We're gonna wrap this in a try catch block. Next response And yeah, let's pass the form data from the request first. Form data await request dot form data. And yeah, let's get the uploaded file from the form data. Const file is equal to form data dot get file as file. If not file, what the fuck? We'll just say no file provided 400. If people see my spellings, no one is gonna believe me if I say I have a 95 in TOEFL. You can add more cases here, like less than 5 MB or 10 MB sizes, or file formats, or even checking if it's an image or whatever, like text file or whatever. I mean, we're gonna only allow if it's image, right? So you can add more cases, but this is just a scrappy project, so I won't be. Extension file dot name dot split dot pop. Yep, so we got the file name, and let's create a unique file name. Const file name is equal to, I'll just do date dot now, and it's unique, right? Obviously. Or else let's create a good board avatars user ID date dot now dot file extension okay. Fuck off, man. Okay, once we have user ID, okay, we copied from the red. Bro, we actually need to get the user ID. That too from auth. Yep, we are good here. Next, let's convert the file to a buffer for the S3 upload. Buffer dot from await file dot array buffer. Yeah, let's finally create the S3 upload command, which is the put object command. Put object, we already imported it too, right? In the start bucket is gonna be process.env dot s3 bucket name, and the key is gonna be the file name, and the body buffer, and the content type is gonna be file.type. Await s3 client dot send upload command. Yep, it should refer to this, guys, not this. Yep, after that let's build our public URL for the uploaded avatar image. Const public URL https process.env.s3 bucket name .s3 wait, okay, it's gonna be AWS region .amazon aws.com/file name. Yep, and yeah, let's just return the response with the AWS URL so that it will go back to here, and we'll save that to the bot settings. Yep, into the database, and yeah, we'll display it there. That's it. That's the entire flow. Next response, fuck off. Next response dot JSON success true URL public URL. That's it. And our catch block console.error. What shall we say? Image upload failed. No, S3 upload failed. S3 upload error. And the error. And just return failed to upload image or whatever. Next response dot JSON error failed to upload image status of 500. Yep, we are done with this. We just create our S3 bucket now, and we're gonna add these env variables, and yeah, we can test it out and solve any errors if we get any. So go to the env file and add these variables. Okay, for the AWS and Stripe, we're gonna create our S3 bucket, and we're gonna add this. After that, we're gonna create our Stripe product and stuff, and then we're gonna add this. Okay, go to AWS. Where is this? USA. Nice. And the USA is such a nice country, and it's kind of bad right now there, right? It was my dream when I was a kid, I wanted to go to US all the time. But right now, if you ask me, I'm like, meh. No, I'm genuinely not as much into it when I was back, like when compared to back when I was a kid. Sadly, yeah, I'm interested in San Francisco, all that stuff though. There's a lot of startup shit going on there. But yeah, even in Europe, in Sweden and Norway, it's pretty big to know. Take Lovable for example, they're from Sweden, right? But yeah, I think the company was legally registered in the US, but yeah, still they're building it from the Europe. Yeah, go to S3. Sorry, where did I come to? Go to the AWS dashboard, go to S3 and create a bucket. Let's name it MeetingBot 3 or 69. I'm gonna name it MeetingBot 3. Disable this. Okay. That's it. Hit on create bucket. Yeah, go to that bucket. Let's go to properties. I think it was in permissions, right? Yeah, my bad. Go to permissions, go to bucket policy, and copy this. I'll keep it in GitHub or wherever I want. I'll keep it in GitHub, okay. What 3? What's the issue with this? This fucking Happy Notes, man, pisses me off. It happened to me so many times, Fuck off, bro. It makes those changes. I genuinely have no idea why it changes that. Focus. Don't save changes. Yep, let's test it out now. The reason we added all this shit is that the file should be able to be accessible from wherever you want, whichever website. Like the URL I'm trying to make the URL public, that's why. Let's take this and upload it. Object URL, this is what we want. Copy this. Let's open this in incognito. Yep, yeah, it's working. So this is just to get the image, guys. Okay, to put the image we need AWS secret access key and access ID. For that, go back there. Copy the bucket name, which is MeetingBot 3. It's 3 bucket name, and AWS region US East 1. Yeah. Now go to this console home and go to IAM. And go to users, click on create user. Let's say MeetingBot user 1. Hit on next. Hit on attach policies directly, give it administrator access. It's just saying you really don't have to give administrator access. Administrator access is kind of like, it's not professional, you can consider that, but in startups it's fine. This is what everyone does. But generally you create a separate policy where, like, consider a person is working on the video editing pipeline, so you're gonna create a separate policy for him with his name, and you're gonna give him permissions which are exactly and limited to what he must be doing. Like, he just gonna be able to access the video editing pipelines data in the S3 file. Why would we give him allowance to the consider users profiles or audio files? We need it. Like, I'm trying to just say examples, that's how it works. But yeah, since it's MVPs or startups, we don't care, so we're gonna just give administrator access. That's it. Create user. Let's go to our user, click on create access key. We are running an application outside AWS. Fuck off. Yep, we got the access key and the secret access key. Boom. So we're done with this AWS thing. Let us now go to Stripe. Sign in or sign up, whatever, okay, and go to dashboard. Let's create our new product now. Go to product catalog. Fuck off. Click on create new product. Let's name this MeetingBot. Let's upload image. Okay, let's see how it's gonna look. So it looks ugly, but whatever. Initial price, let's keep it 9. Billing monthly, we don't need any of this. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be recurring, right? So it's fine. Let's add another price. Amount is gonna be 29 monthly. Option next, and another one. Finally the 99, which is the premium plan. So starter plan, pro plan, and the premium plan. Yep. Hit on add product. Go to MeetingBot. Yeah. Firstly go to home. No, before that copy the price ID of this. No, first copy the $9 one. $29. $29 is gonna be this. And finally the 99 price is gonna be this. Yep. Look at this, guys. Nah. Go to home. Here copy the publishable key, paste it here, and secret key, boom. And we need to get our webhook secret. Go to webhooks, hit on let's search for create a webhook. Select the 2025 528 one and select these events. First one is gonna be customer.subscription.created. Second one customer.subscription. I could have selected it when I searched for this only. I don't know why I did not. Okay, subscription.updated. And finally just two invoices once, failed and succeeded. Invoice for customer, no, let's search directly for the invoice. Okay, invoice dot payment dot succeeded dot fail. That's it. We're gonna send it to our webhook endpoint. And what shall we say? Messilio 69. Endpoint URL is gonna be go to this. We're gonna change it. Okay, we're gonna change it when we deploy to ourselves, but until then we're gonna have this only. /API/webhooks/Stripe. We did not create this yet, we will create. Okay, chill out. Yep, listening to 5 events, yeah, all that good. Copy this signing secret, paste that shit here. That's it. That's it. Yep. Let's go and create our Stripe pricing page. Pricing page.tsx, and firstly we're gonna define all our plans, like all the 3 plans. We're gonna write those up. Const plans. Firstly, this ID is gonna be for this starter. And name, display name, for the plan, whatever it is, it's gonna be starter. And the price for this is gonna be 9 for the starter plan. We already discussed about that. And the price ID, this is gonna be the price ID. And the description, what shall we say? Perfect for people getting started. And the futures, oh boy, futures is gonna be what shall we say, 10 meetings per month. Should I fast forward the video instead of writing this all manually? It's no use for anyone, right? 38 chart messages per day. And meeting transcripts and summaries. Action items, extraction, and email notifications. And this is not the popular plan. Our popular plan is the pro one, right? Not the shit plan. I'm out of my mind, right? Popular false. No, this is not a string. This is a boolean. This is gonna be pro, name is gonna be capital Pro, price is gonna be 29, and the price ID, why is this here? Price ID and perfect people growing who need more power. And this is gonna have 30 meetings and 100 chat messages, and these all gonna be same. And let's say what shall I say, priority support or whatever bullshit. Priority support popular. Yep, this is the popular plan we discussed about. And this is gonna be the premium plan. Premium, this is gonna be 99, and the price ID is gonna be this. It's different, right? KMKN, yep. And this is gonna be now plan, yeah. And this is gonna be for people who need unlimited access. Limits, let's say, because this is not access, this is limits. unlimited meetings, unlimited chat messages. Yep, that's it. Popular files, no bro, or not a popular plan. Who the fuck do you think gonna pay you 99 a month? No one. No wonder you're not popular. Const user equal to use user from clerk, and let's create a loading state to track if any plan is loading. Const loading set loading equal to use state. Initially it's gonna be null. Let's create our handle subscription button plan. What this is gonna do is when a user clicks on a plan, it is gonna make an API call to our Stripe's create checkout route. And what create checkout route does is it's create a payment link, like a checkout session to be accurate. It's gonna create the checkout session and return us the URL, and we're gonna redirect the user to that URL, and once he pays, we're gonna return him back to our website, and we're gonna receive the webhook, and we're gonna make the changes in our database. That's it. Simple. Const handle subscribe async price ID. We're gonna get price ID and plan name as props. Price ID is a string and plan name is a string. Firstly, if no user, we just gonna do fucking nothing. Return. And let's set loading equal to this selected plan's price ID. Okay. Null. Let's create our try catch block. Const response is equal to await fetch /API /stripe /create checkout method post and headers content type application /JSON and body JSON dot stringify. We're gonna pass the price ID and the plan name. That's all we need, right? Yep. So after that, we're gonna get the response, and we're gonna get the URL from the response, extract or pass whatever, and then we're gonna redirect the user to that. That's what I told it initially while I was explaining the flow. Response.json if data.url then window.location.href equal to data.url. What's the fucking issue? Yes. Okay, my bad, I forgot to add a wait there. Okay, if we don't get any URL, then we'll just throw an error saying unable to create a checkout session or something. Throw new error data.error failed to create checkout session. And finally our catch block, console.error, subscription creation error, and the error, and finally set is loading to null. We can create our pricing page UI here. Class name is gonna be marginx auto, right? Container marginx auto, padding x4. Let's keep this 6, and 2xl, max width of 1400 px, and padding y of 16. And here let's create the pricing page header section. This is gonna have a class name of max width 2xl, max width 2xl, marginx auto, text center, margin bottom 14, h2. Here we gonna say choose your, there let's get the color gradient from our landing page. First let's complete this class name for the h2, text 3xl, font semi bold, tracking type, transition colors, first margin top 0 and margin bottom of 6. Let's go to our landing. Where shall we go? Let's go to our hero section, MeetingBot. We do have our thing here. This, we need this. Copy this entire thing. Paste it below the h2. Copy this entire span. And let's paste it here. After this, choose you. And here we're gonna just simply say plan. Let's create the pricing cards now. This is gonna have a class name of margin top 12, grid columns 3, because we just have 3 plans, right? And gap of 6, items center. And we're gonna map all of our plans now, and yeah, display them. Plans dot map plan const is loading is equal to loading plan dot price id return. Let's render our card. Do you have a card component installed? From nope. Card shat cn. Install it. Card components UI card, yep. key is gonna be plan.id and class name is gonna be relative overflow visible flex column plan.popular if we border blue 500. If the plan is popular, then we're gonna have this border blue 500, or else nothing. Yep, that's it. And in this, let's show our most popular badge for the popular plan or popular. Do you have badge installed from ShatsApp? I think we don't read badge ShatsApp. Copy paste. Yeah, badge. It is just gonna say most popular. Class name of absolute negative top 3 left 1/2 transform translate x 1/2 and let's copy our gradient from here. bg gradient. Guys, in my last video I spent nearly like 15 minutes almost explaining this. Why we not 15 minutes, I think it was 5 minutes. Why would I explain this stuff? Just 5 minutes, I also drew a diagram what this translate x negative 1/2 all that stuff means. Just go ahead, watch it if you want. Text to it. I think it's kinda unprofessional to say go and watch my other video instead of explaining here, right? Yeah, after this let's build our card header now. This is also gonna have a title, right? Card title, say plan.name. This card title is gonna have a class name of just margin bottom 7. Card header is gonna have a class name of text center and padding bottom of 2. And let's also display the price here. Plan.price. Font bold. Text 5x. Guys, have you watched that new Superman movie? That thing that Lex Luthor does, while beating Superman. 1A, 1A, 1A. It's roaming in my mind like crazy, like too much. Like, oh my god, it's practically impossible for a person to hate another being that much. Like it's flowing in his veins. Text center 11 12 margin x octo. And yeah, let's finally display our card content. And what shall this have? First let's write the class name for this. This one, our class name is just flex1. That's it. And we're gonna map and display all of our features here, right? Class name of margin top 7 space y 2.5 and text small. Plan dot futures dot map future index and this is gonna have a key of index and a class name of flex space x2 app, and let's show a check icon before the each feature, right? Import check from Lucid React and class name is gonna be flex shrink 0 margin top 0.5 height of 4 width of 4. After that, let's display the text of the future, whatever the shit it is. This is gonna have a class name of simply text muted foreground, and finally we're gonna write our card footer with simply the subscribe button. I genuinely love stripes button, they're like, oh my god, so fucking sexy. For whatever reason, they're like very aesthetic, pretty cool, nice. What all good words you want to add those. Okay, this button is gonna have a class name of width full cursor pointer, and if it's the popular plan, then we're gonna display the blue color to it, or else just nothing in the sense. By default it's gonna be white, right? Nice. Okay, enough. bg gradient to r, and I fucking copy that shit. Let's modify this just a bit. From blue 400 and to blue 600, and then hovered from blue 600 oh god, man, this is pissing me off, to blue 700. If not over, then just fucking nothing. And variant is gonna be, if it's planned or popular, then it's gonna be default or else outlined. Cool. And on click, we're gonna call the and subscribe button, and we're gonna pass the price ID and the plan name. disabled. If it's loading, then yeah, of course we're going to disable it. We don't want any duplicate API calls, right? Is loading. Just gonna show the loader thing from Lucid React. Class name is gonna be width of 5, height of 5, margin right of 2, animate spin, and we gonna say processing. Or else we're gonna just say subscribe. What's some syntax issue? Okay, subscribe to plan.name. Yep, I think we're done with the pricing page UI part. Yeah, let's now build our checkout route of Stripe. API Stripe and create checkout route.ts. First, let's install Stripe. Install Stripe. Yep. Do we have to import Stripe manually, or is it gonna work? I don't know. Stripe, yeah, it's not working. I would import it manually. Import Stripe from Stripe. New Stripe process.env. Stripe secret key and API version is gonna be 630. Okay, I think we used a different different version in our webhook, right? Oh fuck. Let's go and create a new webhook. Create a webhook. No, bitch, not this. 630, this one. What 6 actually? I think it's June, right? June 30. Again, select the events, bro. Come on. Why does this big of a company take so long? It's 100% not my internet issue. Okay, I know what's going on here. Fuck off. Create a webhook. Yep, 631. Let's search the event manually. Customer dot subscription, or created it. Why is this already selected? Something is wrong. I don't know. I mean, it's even more good when it's already selected for it. Yeah, invoice. This is also selected already. Whatever. Continue. This is gonna be Leo Messi 69. Webhook endpoint. API slash webhooks slash stripe. Destination, copy that, change that here. Yep. Let's go back to building this route. Export async function post request is of type next request. Let's wrap this in a try catch block like we always do. Const user ID to await auth. Yep. Const user to await current user, and if user is not found or user ID does not exist, we'll just return not authenticated. Return next response.json error not authenticated status 401. And yeah, if the user is not signed in, we're just gonna return not authenticated. Now let's extract the price ID and plan name from the request. Request.json. If no price ID provided, then we'll just return an error. ID, price ID, not price ID is required, status of 400, and let's find the user. And who the fuck is that kid, bro? Like, fuck off, man. Just go cry in your home. I live in the penthouse on the 5th floor, and I genuinely have no idea how I'm able to hear that kid crying. Like, no idea. Like, all the buildings near me are like 3 floors or something. Fuck off. Clerk ID, user ID. Yep, let's get the Stripe customer ID from the user, and if Stripe customer ID does not exist, then we'll just create one for him. That's it. Let Stripe customer ID go to db user dot Stripe customer ID. If no Stripe customer ID, const customer to await. I'm stopping this recording, that fucking kid. Stripe dot customers dot create email is gonna be user dot primary email address or email address, and name is gonna be user dot full name or just undefined. Metadata, it's gonna be clerk user ID, it's the user ID, and db user ID, db user dot ID, or fuck off. db user, then just return. That's it. Fuck off. Yep. So after this we got our Stripe customer ID, right? We created the Stripe ID for the customer. Stripe customer ID, customer.id, await prisma.user.update, where id is gonna be user.id and data is Stripe customer ID. Stripe. Let's leave it like this. What the fuck we gonna do by doing it again, right? So yeah, so we got the Stripe customer ID now. So yeah, that's all we need to create a Stripe checkout session, right? Session is equal to await Stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create customer Stripe customer ID and payment method types is gonna be card, and line items price is gonna be price ID, quantity is gonna be 1. And mode is gonna be subscription. Success URL process.env.next public URL hash home. Success is equal to true. Cancel URL make URL slash pricing. What's the env variable we have though? Is it next public URL or what is the next public app URL? Okay, next public app URL. Yep. And after that, metadata clerk user ID is gonna be user ID. Guys, this metadata is what we again receive back in the webhook. Okay, that's why we need that. Like, you know, when you get a webhook, it's gonna say invoice paid. What do you mean invoice paid? Which user has paid the invoice? We need to find that out, right? Like, some guy paid some money and you received that money. What after that? You need to increase his plan and stuff, right? How will you find the user in our database to increase the plan? Using this metadata. In that webhook, it's going to contain the metadata. From that metadata, we're going to extract the user's ID and yeah, we're going to change it. Update his plan and credits, whatever shit is needed. That's it. That's how we do it. Plan name, subscription data, metadata, copy the same thing. That's it. And after that, just return the session URL, this session.url. Next, response.json URL, session.url, catch URL. Oh, catch error. Console dot error. Fuck off, man. Dot error. So this is stripe checkout error and return next response.json. Error is gonna be failed to create checkout session. Status 500. Yep, we done with the create checkout session route. Now finally we gonna build a webhook. That's it. API we should already have the webhooks folder here. Yep, we currently have only clerks. We gonna create one for Stripe. Webhooks Stripe route.ts. Just copy the same shit. Yeah, we're able to import it now. Yep, okay, fine, good to know. Const webhook secret is equal to process.env stripe webhook secret. Something is so wrong in this session. No, something is really wrong. I'm gonna pause it and restart it. Stripe webhook secret. And let's build the post handler now to process the Stripe webhooks. Export async. Export async function post request next request catch block const body is equal to await. We're reading the raw request body here for signature verification. Await request dot text. Let's get the request headers to extract the Stripe signature. Guys, you can go to Stripe docs and see all of this. Okay, it's exactly same that what we're doing here. I just copy pasted, in fact. Okay. Yeah. And let's get the Stripe signature from the header. Okay. Is equal to headers list. This should be headers list dot get Stripe signature. That event be of type Stripe dot event. Yeah, and let's try to construct and verify the Stripe signature, verify the Stripe event using the signature. How do we construct the thing? I'll show it. Event is equal to Stripe dot webhooks dot construct event body signature webhook secret. Okay. Yep. And console.error webhook signature failed error. Yes, this is pretty important to pass them in the same order: body, signature, and webhook secret. My dumbass didn't know about it, and I struggled a bit with it. Not now, maybe an year ago or something, more than a year ago. Not now, but I still remember that because it was pretty painful for me. Next, response.json. I wasn't using ChatGPT much, like back in the 2024 start or something. 2024 start or something, 2023. Even though ChatGPT was rising, I was not like much believing in it or something. Status of 400. And let's handle different type of Stripe events now. We subscribe to 5 events if you remember. Switch event or type case customer dot subscription dot created. Oh wait, we did not yet create this function. We'll create all the functions for this. We did not create it. We'll create it now. Okay, subscription. Or else why don't we first create the functions and then get back to this, right? Yeah, let's go and do it that way. And this is gonna be the handle subscription creation event. Handle subscription created event. No, let's just keep it like that. Subscription is of type stripe dot subscription. Try const customer ID subscription dot customer as string. Const plan name is equal to, we need to create this function. Like this is going to be a helper function where if we pass the price ID, we're gonna get the plan. Like in communication with Stripe, we use the Stripe IDs, right? So but in our database we keep it as pro, starter, or what's the other one, I don't know, like that, right? Not the price IDs, right? So we need a function which is gonna, if we give it the price ID, it's gonna give us the what is it give? It's gonna give us the name of the plan. Okay. Yep. Function get plan from subscription stripe dot subscription const price ID to subscription dot items dot data dot price dot ID. Now let's create a record object. Const price to plan record, and the key is gonna be a string. Key is the plan ID, and the plan name is also gonna be a string. This just makes us to find the name of the plan easy, guys. Instead of again doing switch cases or shit, this is very easy. This is starter. This is pro. This is premium. Yep. And we'll just return the appropriate name. We'll just return invalid. Yeah. Get plan from subscription, and we're gonna just pass the subscription ID, and let's find the user in the database using the Stripe customer ID, so then only we can update it, right? So yeah, first let's find the customer in our database using Stripe customer ID, and then we'll update his details in the database. Const user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find first where Stripe customer ID is customer ID, and if user await prisma dot user dot update, what shall we do? For where ID is user dot ID and data is, what we're gonna update is current plan. It's gonna be plan name. Subscription status, we're gonna change it from inactive to active, and Stripe subscription ID is gonna be subscription dot ID. Billing period start date, new date, which is right now. Meetings this month, it's gonna be 0, and chat messages today is gonna be 0. Yep. What else do we have? And just catch if any error. General console.error, error handling subscription creator error. Yeah, we're done with the subscription creation one. Now let's subscription creation function. Now let's build the subscription updated function. Async function handle subscription updated subscription Stripe dot subscription try const user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find first. This webhook won't even be much used, guys, you know, like subscription ID is subscription dot ID. Only webhooks that's gonna be used majorly is this creation one and the invoice paid one. That's it. And if user exists, what the fuck is that? You see, what is that even? Oh my god, bro. What is there in the VS Code, bro? Const plan name is equal to get plan from subscription. We're gonna pass the subscription and await prisma dot user dot update where ID is user dot ID and data. What we're gonna update is current plan to plan name and subscription status. Data as if it's active, let it be active. Cancel. Yep. After that, nothing. Error handling subscription updated. Yep. And we're gonna handle our subscription cancellation. Async function. Handle subscription. Cancel subscription. Stripe.subscription. Try const user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find first, where Stripe subscription ID subscription dot ID if the what is that even? Okay, enough. If user await prisma dot user dot update, where ID is user dot ID and the data is gonna be subscription status cancelled. That's what we're gonna change that, for the user. Once he cancels subscription, we're gonna change subscription status to cancelled. And what is the use of changing subscription status to cancelled? Because in our lambda, because consider the user subscription is still active for 15 days, like the user monthly it renews, right? Consider monthly it renews at 10th. Okay, and the user cancelled it at 20th, so he still has like 20 days in his subscription plan. We won't stop it immediately, right? We will stop it after the next 10th. Why will we cancel it right now? So in our lambda function, we're gonna check it, every day it's gonna run the lambda function. In that we're gonna check, like for the cancelled people in our database, is the current date greater than or equal to their plan ending date? If yes, then we'll change the status from cancelled to inactive. Even if it's cancelled, we'll be sending the bots. Why? Because obviously the user has 20 days left in his plan, right? How the fuck will you stop giving him access? That's it. That's why we have this cancelled status. I hope you understood. I'm so sorry if you did not. Okay. Running subscription cancellation. I don't know what the fuck that spelling is. Never saw it before. Export function handle payment succeeded actually. Handle payment succeeded, which means that the user has successfully paid his second month, like he successfully renewed his subscription by paying it. So what we're gonna do, chat messages will be reset to 0 directly if your subscription is active, so we don't have to change anything of that. But as we know, meetings are like for 1 month, they're gonna renew once every month, considering your subscription is active. So yeah, once we receive the webhook about the payment succession, then we're gonna just reset all the meetings to 0. That's it, nothing else. Subscription ID is equal to invoice as any, for subscription as string or null. I probably shouldn't have asked for this to ChatGPT. Claude actually, not ChatGPT. If subscription ID const user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find first, where stripe subscription ID is subscription ID, and if the user is found, error update where user ID, and in the data we're gonna change the subscription status to active, and billing period start, new date, and meetings this month is gonna be 0. That's it. Yep. And yeah, let's just write the catch block. Error handling, payment succession. Ever watched this series called Succession? It's goated, guys, like literally goated series. Like, man, I love that series, bro. Everyone should watch it, honestly speaking. Okay, error handling, payment succession. Yeah, finally our payment failed event. I don't think it's necessary, to be frank. Yeah, let's just remove it. Yeah, it's not necessary, guys. Remove it. Yeah, come back to events. It's fine if we get that event, doesn't matter. We just ignore it. The customer subscription created, await handle subscription create. It should be created. Subscription created. Await handle subscription created, and we're gonna pass the event dot data dot object, and just break, that's it. And case customer dot subscription dot updated, await handle subscription updated, and event dot data dot object, and yeah, break case customer dot the fuck customer dot customer dot subscription dot updated, not updated. Fuck, we already have it, right? I'm out of my mind as usual. Await handle subscription cancel, and we're gonna pass the event dot data dot object, break, and finally case customer dot no it should be, people will be calling me at random times, not the same thing again. Invoice dot payment succeeded, and await handle payment succeeded. We're gonna pass the event or data dot and or data dot object, yeah, break, that's it. And by default, what shall we say? Nothing. Yeah, this is controller log unhandled type event. It should be unhandled event type actually, not type event. Type, yep. And finally the catch block. Let's also return a response here, shall we? Return next response.json received true. This is actually important because we need to acknowledge to Stripe that we got the webhook event. They explicitly mentioned it in their docs, so yeah, it's good to, not good to, kinda need to do that. Next response.json error Slack. What? No, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about Slack. Even Slack has that you need to respond with a 200. Okay, I was just thinking about that in my mind. Should I say about that? And I just typed out Slack. Okay, yeah, it's true. Even Slack, for every Slack event you gotta respond with the 200. Okay, so that we would acknowledge that we got the webhook and it would stop trying. I'm sorry, this should be async. I don't know why the fuck I kept it like that. Yeah, I don't know why for the last function I did export. Yeah, I think we're good with this right now. We'll just test it out now. Time to test out the image upload and the Stripe payments. Let's try it out. Firstly, go to settings. I'll upload an image. So consider this. Uploading. Firstly, go to database. This is the account we are in right now. See, bot image URL is empty. And also current plan is free. Save the changes. I'll also change this to messy bot. Okay, I'll go to pricing now. I just have to add use client there. And boom. So where are we going to integrations? Go to settings. Yep, we have this. It's saved. A bot image URL, bot name. Let's try the pricing. Currently it's 0. Let's try to chat with daily limit reached. Upgrade your plan. Choose your plan. I'll go with the Pro, of course. I'll look into that, but yeah, the Pro 000. Subscribe. Come on. Nice UI though, it's cute enough to wait. It's like a pretty girl. Even if she's pissed off, you're like, okay. Okay, that's a bad comparison. Okay, we're redirected to localhost 3000. We were in the ngrok URL, right? the issue is that I am not signed into the localhost site. I was just signed into the ngrok URL. So even if you go to settings, it's not gonna show anything. If you go to ngrok, now it's gonna show. Yep, current plan pro chart meeting 0/100. CDR pro plan, my name, photo, email, bot name, bot avatar. Yeah guys, it's all working perfectly. Yeah, it's the end of this section of Stripe payments and settings page. Yep. So we're now in the final part of the video, I guess. Yeah, we're just gonna build the webhook route and the email functionality and the lambda functions. That's it. So go ahead to the GitHub and get this meeting summary.tsx file, which is the template, of the email. See this preview, body, section, meeting summary ready, and here the meeting title, hello, user's name, meeting date, summary, and here the actual summary, action items. I'm just mapping all the action items and displaying them. That's it. This is built using React email package. You can generally write like using raw HTML or using this React email. Even big companies like verification codes like consider AWS or GitHub, Vercel, Slack, all those stuff use React email only. Just go ahead and watch the example emails there. They've explicitly mentioned that all those companies use it. So yeah, it's the most downloaded package. I mean, this is the only way even other than HTML. There are a lot of templates. I got all this code through one of the templates and modified it a bit for ourselves, for our use. So just go with this code and install this package. This is just the template, guys. Okay, this is not the entire code for the how to send the meeting email. This is just the code, and when we get the webhook, we're gonna pass all this data to this, and then we're gonna send the email. Okay, this is just the template. Okay, not the main code on how we're gonna send the email. Okay, go ahead and install these packages. Okay, so before we start, I will explain about like simple data flow about how we get a webhook and how we're gonna send emails and all that stuff. It's pretty simple. Firstly, we gonna get data of meeting through webhook, and what do you mean by data? We're gonna get the raw data like the meeting audio URL, the participants, and the transcript. Okay, just the transcript, which generally is like this. It's gonna say start, fuck off. It has a start, end, and text. It has all these three. When we get in a single object, it's actually word, not text. Consider the word messy starts at the 16 second and 100th millisecond, ends at the 16 second 826th millisecond, just like that. Just an example. Then we're gonna get the words, we're gonna map all the words and get the words into a paragraph, and then we're gonna send all the text data to ChatGPT. What is this? A, right? Yep. We're gonna send it all to ChatGPT, and we're gonna ask ChatGPT there, this is the meeting transcript, and can you please give me the summary and action items for this? And we're gonna get the summary and action items. And here we also, before we did this, we also got the raw URL of the mp3 file and the attendees. So we're gonna save all the data to database first. Save action items, summary, attendees, audio URL to database. And after we save it in the database, we gonna pass the summary and action items to our email sending function. And yeah, that's it. We're gonna send all that stuff to the email function and initiate it, and yeah, email is sent after that. That's it. It's pretty simple. That's the data flow. So go ahead and get this function. So let's go and create our email function for now. Go to lib and create a new file called email service.tsx, and we're gonna be using recent for this. Like I already said, recent is one of the best, if not the best out there for this emails functionality, like to send emails at scale. It's better than SendGrid and any company out there, NodeMail, whatever it is. So we're gonna use recent for this, and it's very developer friendly, like super developer friendly and spam proof everything, and it's super cool and super easy to use, guys. Like very straightforward. You can get it like, I don't know, like 1 minute. You can get started in 1 minute or something. And yeah, cool website too. Yeah, I really like Recent. I super love Recent. It's a great thing, and that's what we're gonna use now. Okay, let's sign up and get our API key. Login. I'm gonna log in with Google. Continue. And yep, add an API key. Yeah, this is our API key. Go to env file and let's create a new variable called recent API key. That's it. We can close this. And close this recent thing too. If you want, you can play around with the test example. Okay, I don't want to. Now let's write this file now. It's recent is equal to recent. We're creating a new recent instance. Process.env. Let's import recent manually. Import recent from recent. So like I said, from the webhook we're gonna pass the data to this, and let's define an interface for the data type. Interface email data. Just copy this. We'll just also add user email here. Email string. That's it. Now let's define the function. Export async function. Send meeting summary email. Data of type email data. Try const email. We're gonna render the React email component using the provided email data. Const email HTML. Await render. Meeting summary email. This one, yep. Meeting summary email. and we're gonna pass username data.username. Meeting title is gonna be data.meeting title. Summary is gonna be data.summary. Action items data.action items. Meeting ID data.meeting ID, and meeting date data.meeting date. Yep. So just rendered the React email into HTML, into an HTML email. Like this is our React, this is React, okay, React email, and using this render function or method we rendered that into HTML. Now yeah, we're gonna send it using the resends API. Const result is equal to await resend.emails.send from MeetingBot. Yes, actually in resend you can't use your Gmail to send, consider my email gaurish100@gmail.com. You can't send emails to other people using your Gmail. I mean, pretty straightforward. Everyone has their own domain addresses, right? Only some brokies like us or college students like us, they don't have any separate domain for themselves and they're gonna use Gmail. So you will not actually allowed to send, or it's not even possible to use this, right, if you don't have a domain. That's why this email is an exception. Onboarding at resend.dev, we can use it to send emails, but we can only send it to ourselves, right? So consider I signed up to this email with my 369 account. You can only send emails to that account. So unfortunately with this you can't send it. You need to buy a new domain, and then only you're gonna be able to send emails to anyone who signs up dynamically instead of hard coding the email. But since this is not possible, we're gonna also create another function where we will be sending the email using NoteMailer. Like right now here we are using resend as the vendor, right? There will be using NoteMailer as the vendor. With NoteMailer we can use our own Gmail to send it to anyone, and it's completely free. We don't even have to sign up at anywhere, okay? You can just use our Gmail straightforward. It's completely free, nothing bullshit, nothing. But it's just that resend doesn't let it land in spam folders and stuff, but NoteMailer is pretty vulnerable to that. That's why we use resend, and I still stand by my thing that resend is the best to use, not NoteMailer. Yep. So yeah, but what I said in the start of the video is true. Or whichever the user signs up to a platform and has a meeting, and after the end of the meeting we're going to send an email to him, and that is 100% possible because we'll be using NoteMailer. But I wanted to show you guys about resend, that's why I'm showing resend also, implementation of resend instead of directly doing NoteMailer, because as said, I think resend is still better than NoteMailer or anything on the market. Okay, onboarding at resend.dev. to data.use user email. This is the recipient's email address, like the guy who took the meeting. And reply to is not mandatory, but you can have it. Like when they reply to the email, we'll get the reply to this email. And what is the subject of the email gonna be? This meeting summary ready, data.meeting title. That's it. And HTML is gonna, bro, the fuck is that, man? HTML, email HTML, and tags, name, category, and value is gonna be, it's not mandatory to do this, but good to have, copied from their docs. Okay. Let's also tag it with the meeting ID, value data dot meeting ID. Yep, we are done with this. Let's just return result. No, return result. Yep, catch error, console.error, error sending email. I know the spelling is wrong. Okay, error through error. That's it, guys. This is just the super simple implementation, and it's going to work like I said, like I explained the flow here, right? That's how it works. Now let's build the free version of this using NoteMailer. Service free.tsx. Copy this same interface. Let's create a NoteMailer transporter object, and we'll be using Gmail as a service, like I said. Const transporter NoteMailer dot. Let's import it manually. I don't know why the stuff don't get imported automatically. I have to import it manually, bro. NoteMailer from NoteMailer. NoteMailer dot create transport and service is Gmail and auth our Gmail address user process dot env dot gmail user and password is process, no, not our Gmail password. Actually, we're gonna use our Gmail app password, which I will show you how to generate it and get it. That's what we'll be having here, not our Gmail password. Okay. Gmail app password. Yeah, let's define our function. Just copy that function from here, to be frank. Okay. Firstly, let's import this. But yeah, delete this function entirely. Let's copy this. Await transporter dot send mail from MeetingBot. Here it's gonna be process dot env dot Gmail user. Okay. Gmail user, it's gonna be data.user email. I don't want this reply to, and the subject is gonna be the same, data.meeting title, and our email, and we're gonna just return the result. And if there is any error, we're gonna log it and just return the error. Guys, to fix that error, just run this npm install save dev TypeScript. That's it. And yep, we are done with this. Boom. And we finally gonna, I think you did not expect it to be done this fast, didn't you? It took us just 20 minutes for that. Remove this, we're not even using this shit. Yep, let's go ahead and work on our two lambda functions right now. Go ahead and create this folder. Let's call this lambda function. Let's create a new file there called Next.js. Create a new file called package.json. Just paste this here. Now let us go into this folder and do npm install. It's just wait. How long is this shit gonna take, bro? Yep, we got it. And let's also copy our Prisma file from the main folder into this baby lambda folder. This is the path, right, for Prisma? Yep. We got our Prisma too, but we need to generate the new Prisma client. Prisma generate. Yep. Got our client, Prisma client, and we can now start writing our index.js file. Before we start, let me just clarify one thing. Why are we even running this lambda function? We got two main aims. One is that have the sync with user's calendar every single minute. Like consider the user's calendar like adds a new event. We need to add that to the database, right? That's how we're gonna display it in our web upcoming meetings. So we're gonna always have to be in sync with that. That's one reason we are running this lambda function. And the second one is to send the bots. Like we'll be running it every minute, right? So we're gonna fetch it. Okay, what upcoming meetings are there in the next 5 minutes? If we find any meetings in the upcoming 5 minutes, we're gonna send the bots there. That's it, right? That's the only two reasons we are writing this lambda function. Okay, let's create a new Prisma client is equal to new Prisma client. Wait. Import Prisma client, Prisma client. Guys, make sure you're importing this from the lambda functions node modules. Okay, not from the main package.json. Import this from this our lambda function. Okay, Let's define our handler now, which is the entry point for the lambda function. Export const handler is equal to async event try await. We yet did not build this function. We'll define that function. Okay, chill out. Sync all user calendars. Like I said, we got only 2 main names here. Okay, strange. Okay, we got only 2 main names here. One is to, like I said in just a couple of minutes ago, one is to sync all the users calendars up to date and schedule bots for the upcoming meetings. Schedule bots for upcoming meetings. And now if those both are successful, just return a status code of 200 and the body is gonna be json.stringify message success set, or else if there is any error, okay, I'm dumb enough for that. Catch error, console.error, error. Finally, we're gonna disconnect the Prisma client. Disconnect. That's it. Okay. Let's build our sync all users calendars function. Oh god. Sync function, sync all users calendar. Yep. Okay. First, let's find all the users who have the calendar connected. Like, consider out of 10 users, only 7 connected. What's the fucking point of finding the users who don't have the calendar connected, right? That's why we're gonna only find the people who have calendar connected. Users is equal to await prisma dot user dot find many where calendar connected is true, and also Google access token not null. Okay, and for all the users we're gonna map one by one of them and sync the user calendar. Okay, const user of users try await sync user calendar. Why the fuck did this come? Sync user calendar. Fuck off. Yeah, we did not build this function. We will chill out. Const error console.error sync failed for not the wrong. What do we call this? I forgot. user.id error.message okay, that's it for the sync all user calendars function. And let's now build our this function, sync user calendar function. Async function sync user calendar, and we're gonna get the user as the prop, right? try. Let access token is equal to user dot Google access token. We're using let here because if the access token, like currently the access token is user dot Google access token, right? What if it's expired, right? Then we're gonna get the refresh token from the database, and using that refresh token we're gonna get another new Google access token and use that as the access token here. That's why we are not using const here, because it's gonna change, I mean might change, right? Now is equal to new date and const token expiry is equal to new date of user dot Google token expiry const 10 minutes from now equal to new date now dot get time just 10 minutes. Okay, if token expiry is less than or equal to 10 minutes from now, then we're gonna get a new access token. Access token is equal to await refresh Google token, and what are we gonna pass? We're gonna pass the user. Yep, that's it. If not access token, and just return. That's it, right? So we are checking the expiry time of the user's Google access token, and if it's like in less than 10 minutes, then we're just getting a new one, or else we're using the existing one. That's it, right? Yep. And const 7 days is equal to new date now dot get time plus 7 days for star 60 to 60 into 1000 const 7 days. Yeah, fuck off. 7 days const response is equal to, okay, my bad. Yeah, I'm sorry. Await fetch, we're getting the new access token here. Okay, await fetch https w dot just copy that, guys. There's no point in writing all this complex shit. Okay, and yep, and the headers is gonna be authorization. Sorry, we are like getting all the events right now, okay, from the Google Calendar API using the users Google access token. We're getting the upcoming events here. Okay, that's why time minimum is now and time maximum is 7 days. Like we're getting all the events between right now and for the next 7 days. We are not going to get more than that, right? There's no point in that. Like it's too much, right? Why should we unnecessarily store something? Yeah, that's why. And we'll build this refresh Google token function just after this function. So just stay okay. Mirror access token content type application / JSON. Yep, so after that response dot okay response.status is 401. Then await wisma.user.update where id user.id id user.id and data that we want to change is calendar connected is false, 401 case for that. And yep, just return and throw a new error. Calendar API failed. Response.status. So we got the data now. Const data is equal to response.json. Const events is equal to data.items. Const existing events is equal to await prisma.meeting.findMany where the user's id is user.id and also is from calendar true and start time greater than or equal to now. That's it. And const Google event IDs is equal to new set. Now we're gonna map all the events, and if anything's changed then we're gonna delete them, or if nothing has changed we'll just add them to our database. That's it. Const event of events where the fuck is it? If we are just need a loop, right? For loop. So if the event.status is cancelled, then await handle deleted event, and we're gonna pass the user and the event. We're just gonna delete it from the database, guys. If it's cancelled, we're just gonna delete it from the database. Nothing complex, or we're not gonna do anything else. We'll just delete it and fuck off from the database. Event.id await process event, what the fuck, user comma event. That's it. And const deleted events equal to existing events dot filter db event Google event IDs dot has db event dot calendar event ID. Like if we don't even find this current event ID in our existing events, that means it has been deleted, right? So we're gonna delete from the database too. Simple logic. Deleted events dot length greater than 0. Then we're gonna map it and send it to our handle delete event function. That's it. Const delete event of deleted events await handle deleted event from DB, and we're gonna pass the user and deleted event should be deleted here. Yep. And after that, yeah, just our catch block right now. Error. And why the fuck is this coming, bro? Console.error calendar error for user dot id error dot message error dot meeting dot includes 401 or dot message dot includes 403 await prisma dot user dot update where id user dot id user dot id, and I'm gonna change the calendar connected to false. That's it. Yep. Boom. We now need to build these functions, right? Refresh Google token function, first one. Async function refresh Google token and try not user dot Google refresh token. If the user does not have a refresh token in the database, then we're gonna just mark it as disconnected, because how the fuck are we going to get a new access token without the refresh token, right? So we're gonna mark it as disconnected, and probably the user will try to connect again, and hopefully at least this time we'll get the refresh token. This is just impossible, guys. If it's successful, we're sure gonna get the refresh token. If it's not, then we won't. But I know just edge cases and shit. Calendar connected false and Google access token null. That's it. And return null too. Now we're gonna get a new Google access token. Const response is equal to await fetch https auth2.googleapis.com/token. Method is gonna be post headers content type application /xwww.form URL encoded. Yep. And the body is gonna be new URL search params client id possess.env.google client id, and client secret is gonna be Google client secret, and refresh token is gonna be user.google refresh token, and the grant type is gonna be refresh token. Boom, that's it. Now const tokens is equal to await response.json, and if in the tokens that we get we don't have access token, then we're gonna again do the same shit, mark the calendar is disconnected, so the user is gonna hopefully connect again, and yeah, it's gonna work. No error needed here. Okay, that's it. We're gonna mark the thing as calendar as not connected. For that user, return null. So that case is if the user does not get the access token, and if we get it, we'll just update it in the database. Prisma.user.update where id user.id, and the data is gonna be Google access token, tokens.access token, and Google token expiry is gonna be new date dot now, tokens.expiration star 1000. Yep. After that, we'll just return the tokens.access token. Like right now we got the new access token and we're storing it. Okay, fine, understand, but here we need the refresh token right here. We need the new access token here so that we can make the request to the Google API's calendar API. That's why we also need to return it, not just saving it to the database is enough. Okay, that's it for this. No, we need to write the catch block type. Catch error code start trivia. What the fuck is that function? Never even heard of it. Console.error token refresh error for user dot clerk id error, same shit again. We're gonna mark the calendar connected as false for that user. What's the next function that we need to build? Refresh Google token, fine. Handle deleted event, process event. Yeah, those three functions. Let's build this now. Yeah, let's create this function now. Async function handle deleted event. We're gonna get the event as props. Yep, we're gonna get the event as props, and we'll just delete the meeting from our database. That's it, right? Const existing meeting equal to await prisma.meeting.find unique where calendar event id is event.id. If existing meeting await prisma.meeting.delete where calendar event id event.id. That's it. And now catch clock. If any error, then console.error error deleting event error dot mess fuck off message. And now we gonna write our handle deleted event from db function. Or async function handle deleted event from db, we're gonna get the db event and await prisma.meeting.delete where id db event.id. That's it. And now let's write our process event function, which will add the meeting to our database. Async function process event user event and const meeting url is equal to event dot hangout link or event dot conference data entry points URI not meeting URL or event dot start or date time, then just return null. That's it. Now const event data is equal to calendar event id is gonna be event.id and user id is gonna be user.id and title is gonna be event dot summary, or we'll just say untitled meeting and description is gonna be event dot description or just null if description does not exist. If he's a lazy guy like me, he's not gonna keep any description, right? Meeting URL is gonna be just meeting URL. Start time is gonna be new date. Event dot start time start dot date time. Like you guessed, this is the end time. And then you get event.end.date time, yep. And attendees will be event.attendees json.stringify event.attendees.map a.email is from calendar, true, bot schedule, true. Yep, that's it. Now let's wrap this in a try catch block and const existing meeting is equal to await prisma dot meeting dot find unique, where calendar event id is event.id. If existing meeting, if the meeting exists, const changes empty, initial is going to be empty, and if existing meeting dot title is not equal to event data dot title, changes dot push title, I guess if the title is changed, we'll just change the title in the database. Why would we change the entire meeting in the database, right? Dot start time dot get time, data dot start time dot get time, changes dot push time, and existing meeting dot meeting URL is not the same as event data dot meeting URL, changes dot push meeting URL, and finally attendees. Yep. And if changes dot length is greater than 0, then we shall, no, it's gonna be same, right? No, remove that, it's not important. Const update data is equal to title is gonna be event data dot title, description is gonna be event data dot description, meeting URL is gonna be event data dot meeting URL, and start time is gonna be event data dot start time, and the time is gonna be event data dot end time. Attendees is gonna be event data dot attendees, not existing meeting. If the bot is not yet sent, then we're gonna update it, or else we won't. Update data dot bot schedule, event data dot bot schedule, and await. Now we're gonna push all these changes into the database too. Await prisma dot meeting dot update where calendar event id event.id yep. or catch block. Wait a minute, sorry, or else we'll just push the entire event data, like create a new meeting. Await prisma dot meeting dot create. Guys, I hope you understood what we're doing here. If a meeting already exists, like with the same event ID, and only the title or description or attendees have changed, we'll change that, or else we'll just create a new meeting like this. That's it. That's what we're doing in this entire meeting, entire function. Nothing complex to even think about it. Yep. Error console.error error for event.id error.message. That's it. And now finally we're gonna build this function. Async function. Oh, what am I doing? Schedule bots for upcoming meetings. So guys, what we're gonna do here is, like I already said, we're gonna just find the meetings that are upcoming in the next 5 minutes, and we're just gonna send the bots to them. That's it. And before we send, we're gonna check if the user has already maxed out his meetings this month, or even bad, if he's a free trial user, we're obviously not gonna send the bot, right? So we're gonna check that before sending the bot. Then we're gonna send the bot, and after sending the bot, we're just gonna increase the meeting count from, consider it to 69, we're gonna increase it to 70, or if it's 68, we're gonna increase it to 69. That's it. That's the only 3 things we're gonna do. Boom. Const now is equal to new date. Const 5 minutes from now is equal to new date. Now dot get time plus 5 minutes. And const upcoming meetings is equal to await prisma dot meeting dot find many. Like I said, we're gonna find the upcoming meetings only in the next 5 minutes, where start time greater than or equal to now, and less than or equal to 5 minutes from now. That's it. That's the start time. And also bot schedule true. What's the fucking point of this, bro? I hope no one is dumb enough to ask for that. But in the user's dashboard, if he selected for a meeting, he turned off the toggle, and then it's going to be bot schedule to false. That means the user doesn't want the fucking bot in his meeting. Then what if we still send? He's going to be pissed off, right? Obviously, anyone would be. So yeah, we're going to select only meetings with bot schedule to true. We're going to ignore the ones with bot schedule to false. Okay. Of meeting URL not null. Where the fuck will you send the bot if the meeting URL is empty, right? Obviously. Include user true. That's it. Now we're gonna map all the meetings and yeah, send the fucking meeting. So const meeting of upcoming meetings try const can schedule. Like I said, before sending the bot, we'll first check if the user is allowed to, like, does his constraints and his user status permit him to send the bot. Then only we're gonna send the bot, right? User schedule meeting dot user not can schedule dot allowed. Then we'll just mark the meeting as sent, okay? so that it won't be again, so that it's gonna be prevented from sending the bots in the future. ID. Oh wait, fuck off. Not allowed. Then await prisma dot meeting dot update, where ID is gonna be meeting dot ID and data is gonna be bot sent to true, bot joined at new date. That's it. We're gonna ignore that guy now, so sadly. And continue, so that we're gonna skip to the next meeting. Now what's the point of going down, right, if this is gonna end here? So yeah, and now let's build the request body for this. Oh wait, bro. Const request body is equal to meeting URL meeting URL, and it's bot, not bot. Bot name is gonna be meeting dot user dot bot name, or we'll just say NoteTaker, and reserve false, and recording mode is gonna be speaker view or audio view, whichever one you can use, it's up to you. Speech to text, provider default, and webhook URL is gonna be our process.env dot webhook URL, and these are just extra. Read the docs, guys, you'll understand. There is nothing to even read docs, fuck off. Meeting ID is gonna be meeting.id, and user ID is gonna be meeting.userID. Yep. And if the user has a bot image, we'll add that one too, simple. We'll add that to the request body. If meeting.user.bot image URL, if it exists, then request body dot bot image is equal to meeting dot user dot bot image URL. That's it. And yeah, we're gonna finally send the bot. Const response is equal to await fetch https api.meetingbash.com/bots method post headers content type application/json x meeting bash API key. We'll get this later on. Okay, process.env.meeting bash API key, and the body is gonna be json.stringify request body. Yep. So if the response is not okay, then we'll just show it, right? Throw new error, meeting bash API request failed. Response dot status. Yep. And then we'll get the response data where we're gonna get the bot ID. That's just we're gonna add it to our database. That's it. Data is equal to await response.json, await prisma.meeting.update where id meeting.id and data is gonna be bot sent. It's gonna be true, and bot ID is gonna be the incoming data. We get it from the response from their API when we send the bot API request. Bot ID, bot joined at new date. Yep. And yeah, finally after that we're gonna increment the meeting users after the bot is successfully sent. Then only if the sending of the bot is unsuccessful, I think it won't be fair enough if we increase the bot request usage, right? At least for me, in my opinion. IMHO increment meeting usage meeting.user ID. That's it. And yeah, finally the catch block. This console.error bot failed for meeting.title error dot message. Yep, that's it. Yeah, let's build this function now. Can user schedule meeting? Just two functions, that and the increment function, right? Async function schedule meeting user try const plan limits free then meetings is 0. If it's a starter plan, meetings gonna be 10, and if it's a pro, meetings is gonna be 30, and finally if it's premium, meetings is my -1, which is unlimited, and const limits is equal to plan limits user dot current plan, or we'll just say plan limits dot free. That's it. First let's check if the user has an active subscription. If he doesn't have, then we'll just return false. That's it, right? If user dot current plan is free, user dot subscription status is not equal to active, and just return allowed false, and the reason is gonna be user dot current plan free. If it's free, then we'll just say that the user has a free plan, or we'll just say inactive subscription. That's it. To subscription upgrade required. Yep. And if the meetings limit is not equal to -1, which is that the user not is now premium guy. So if the users meetings this month is greater than the limit, then greater than or equal to the limit, then we'll just also return false. So after those two cases, there is no other case, right? So we'll just return true. That's it. If not limits dot meetings -1, and user dot meetings this month or equal to limits dot meetings, we'll just return allowed false, and the reason is gonna be monthly limit reached. User dot meetings this month, limits dot meetings. Let's say we'll just say monthly limit reached 10/10 meetings. That's it. 10/10. That's it. Yep. So if neither of those cases, then yeah, just return allowed true. Error console.error error checking meeting limits, and yeah, we're gonna just return false if there was an error. we don't want to go on a bot unnecessarily, right? Reason is gonna be error checking details, no, error checking limits. And the next and the final fucking thing is the increment one, I guess. Yeah, increment meeting usage async function increment meeting usage. We'll just take the user ID, try await prisma dot user dot update where ID is user ID, data meetings this month, increment 1, catch console.error error incrementing meeting usage error. That's it. Guys, I think we're done with this right now. Finally, bro. Yeah, now we just have the lambda chart function, which, you know, like I said previously, it will just reset the charts limits of all users to 0. Let's go ahead and build that thing right now. I think it must be the last one, right? Lambda chart let's create a package.json here. Also create a lambda chart reset.js and open the terminal. Let's create a new terminal, cd lambda chart. Yeah, go to package.json first, copy paste this, and yeah, let's install npm install. After that, we'll get the prisma folder too for this. Therefore, prisma, and here, yep, we got our schema.prisma, baby. And I think we can start writing our main file right now. Okay, let's create the entry point, which is the handler. First, before that, let's initialize a new prisma client. Prisma is equal to new prisma client, export const handler sync event, and try const result is equal to await prisma dot user dot. Pretty straightforward, guys. There's nothing to do here. We'll just, find all the users who have an active subscription and just reset their chart message to 0, update their chart message to 0. That's it, right? User dot update many where subscribe function status. But fuck, we did not do and we did not generate the Prisma client yet. Prisma. That's what I was thinking. Why am I not getting any suggestions while typing in? I was like, what the fuck happened? Chat messages today 2-0. That's it. And yeah, just return status code. Is it even required? Nope. And catch error. Just console.error. Chart reset error. Yep. And yeah, finally await Prisma dot disconnect. Fuck off, bitches. I guess we're officially done with everything right now. I think we're good to go forward. And who the fuck is the dog? Like, it showed someone in his ass. Okay, whatever. Yeah, we're finally done with this thing, and we can just go and deploy lambdas. That's it, right? Yep. Yeah, we need to first zip this though. We need to zip this, and then we shall deploy this. Yep. Cool. So finally we're gonna build our webhook route for MeetingBot. Okay, and this is the only last file we're gonna write. Okay, and probably 5 minutes. It's pretty short. Out.ts. Let's define the post handler. Post, and we're gonna get a request which is of type next request. And we're gonna wrap this and try catch block. Now let's pass the incoming webhook. Webhook is equal to await request.json, and if the webhook event indicates like the meeting completion status, then yeah, we're gonna perform our actions. Event complete. This is important because MeetingBot sends a lot of different types of webhook, like bot joined call, bot left the call, bot in recording call. So we need to check that only for that event, right? So let's extract the data from the webhook payload. Const webhook data is equal to webhook dot data. Now let's search in our database to find the meeting associated with the bot ID of this webhook. How do we have the bot ID? Because when we sent a request like to the bot to join the meeting, in response we get the bot ID, and we saved it in our database already in our lambda function. I explained it to there why we need it and stuff. Go back and watch there if you want to. Meeting is equal to await prisma dot meeting dot find first where bot id webhook data dot bot id, and also include user true, and if no meeting is found, meeting, then console.error, meeting not found for bot ID, webhook data dot bot ID, and just return saying meeting not found and a 404 status. Return next response.json error, meeting not found, status of 404. Yep. And yeah, we're gonna increment the usage count for the user whoever owns this meeting. Wait, increment meeting usage, meeting dot user ID. Yep. And what do we do next? Yeah, let's now update the meeting to and mark it as like ended, and yeah, store the transcript and all the recording stuff like audio URL and stuff. Okay. Await prisma.meeting.update where id meeting.id and data meeting ended, true of course, and transcript ready, true. The transcript is webhook data dot transcript or null, and recording URL is webhook data dot mp4 or null, and speakers webhook data dot speakers or null. Yep, that's it. And if there's a meeting transcript and if it isn't processed yet, which of course is true, it's always not going to be processed, and yeah, we're gonna process that. Webhook data dot transcript and meeting dot processed, and we're gonna wrap this in a try catch block. Now let's use our AI processor function to generate a summary and action items using this transcript. We're just gonna pass our transcript to it, that's it. Const processed is equal to await process transcript, process meeting transcript, webhook data dot transcript, and we're gonna get the transcript. As you know, it's initially like start and word like that method object, and we're gonna map all the objects, and we're just gonna get the text and we're gonna form it into a paragraph or something, and yeah, we're gonna send it to ChatGPT and ask it to give us summary and action items, and we're just gonna return the action items and summary to here, and yeah, we're gonna store it in our database. That's it. Go here, just copy this thing, transcript text. Initially it's gonna be empty. This is gonna be webhook data dot transcript. It's also gonna be the same, and or else we're gonna, if the transcript is plain text, use it directly. This is the case 99%, but sometimes, but like back when I tested it, there was an option to get it like plain text, so I just kept, in future, foolproof or fail-proof, what is it called? I don't know. In the future, if you want, you can use it that way too. Now let's process the transcript with the RAG and store the embeddings in our database. Process transcript meeting.id meeting.user ID transcript text meeting.title. Yep. Now let's update the meeting record in database with our AI processed summary and action items, and we're also gonna mark our RAG as processed so that it won't be reprocessed again and again. I already explained it, right, why we are using that. Yep. So await prisma dot meeting dot update where id meeting dot id the data. Let's store the summary generated using the AI. Summary processed dot summary, and now the action item generated by AI processed dot action items. And let's mark the meeting as processed right now so that it will show in the dashboard. I hope you still remember that if the meeting is processed only, then only we're gonna show it in the dashboard, right? And processed at new date, which is right now. Whenever this is running, not right now. Okay. And also mark org processed as true and org processed at new date right now. Yep. So after that, let's send the email to the user. That's it. And then we're gonna mark the field as email sent. That's it. Await send meeting summary email. I'll select the free one here. Okay. Send meeting summary email and user email meeting dot user dot email and okay, username meeting dot user dot name meeting title meeting dot title, and summary is gonna be processed dot summary. Action items is gonna be processed dot action items, and meeting ID is gonna be meeting dot ID. Meeting date is gonna be meeting dot start time dot to local date string. Yep. And after that, await prisma dot meeting dot update where id meeting dot id and data email sent true and email sent at new date. Yep, that's it. What the catch block now? Catch email error console.error fail to sending the email, no, send the email error, and yep, processing error, console.error. This is gonna say fail to process the transcript, processing error. Oh wait, bro, it's 3:19 AM and who the fuck is making that sound in that fucking train, bro? Fuck off. I really wanted to complete it this night and that fucking dog is barking like a fucking dog. I mean, it was my choice to wake up though. Use one meeting note update. We're gonna mark process where id meeting.id and data processed true and processed at new date and summary processing failed, please check the transcript manually. And the action items of course gonna be empty. What else you gonna say? Score a free kick like Messi, huh? Yep. Return next response .json success true message meeting processed successfully meeting id meeting.id and then return next response.json success true and message is gonna be webhook received but no action. I don't know, I just copied this from the docs. This is if we receive the complete webhook, or else this is like the other webhooks like bot join meeting etc. No action needed. Yep, and below that our catch block console.error webhook processing error and return next response.json error internal server error server error and a status of 500. Boom. Yep, I think we're done with this right now. Where do I use meeting.user.email does not exist? Then we're gonna say user email not found for this meeting.id, and yeah, user email not found, the status code of 400. If it does not exist, let's just call it user. Okay. Yep, that's it. I think we need to go and get the Gmail app access token, right? I did not show that yet. Go to manage. No, I think we can access that. Go to app passwords. I want to send emails from this account, guys, this account. So that's, I opened all the manage my Google account stuff in this account only. So open and get the app password from whichever account you want to send. Okay, the user is gonna, when the user receives the email, he's gonna see that your email there. Okay, like you sent it. App name, I will say MeetingBot, create. Remove the spaces, guys. Maybe you can keep it, I don't know. Yep, that's it. We're done. Just make sure you remove the spaces. Oh, fuck off, dog. Yeah, that's it, I think we're done with this technically. We can right now go and deploy our Lambda functions. Okay, so go ahead and add these binary targets here. Okay, before it was just the provider, now just add the binary targets, and we'll create a zip file of this, folder of this. So go to the Lambda function folder, not in the general app folder. Go to the Lambda function folder and then type out this command and hit enter. I'll keep the command in the description, guys. It's pretty big, right? Okay, so reveal in Finder. Let's see the size, 49 MB. It needs to be below 50 MB, guys. That is the limit, and it's 49 MB. It's fine, we can get it worked. So generally there are like a fuck ton amount of ways how you can deploy a Lambda function. Generally it's done through terminal, and also generally you upload it to S3 and you get it to S3. Like if it's about like a large file, like about 10 MB, even Amazon suggests that. But this is more of like a rookie way and a simple way, because if you want to do through terminal, there are a lot of ways, guys. Okay, there are a lot of ways. You're gonna install the CLI, log in through CLI, all that stuff. But yeah, for now, I want to keep this video simple, and so we're just simply creating a zip folder of the Lambda function, and we're just uploading it, and we'll just run it there. That's it. Oh fuck, my bad. Okay, go to AWS and log in there. Yep, go to Lambda. Let's create our first function. What shall we name it? Bot scheduler. I will select Node.js 20, and yeah, let's install this stuff. It's gonna be same. Just hit on create function. Reveal this in Finder. Okay, nice, cool. So we have this here, right? Yep. So upload, select .zip file, just drag and drop that and hit on save. Now all we can do is just wait, right? So So we're gonna add the by the way, go to this MeetingBot website and go to credentials and go ahead and add this. I have an ngrok running here, ngrok tunnel running here, and add the API route here /API/webhooks/meetingbot. Okay, and when we deploy a Vercel deployment, we're gonna change that to the Vercel deployment URL. Alright. Nice. It should be done now. Yep. So yeah, all good here. Go to configuration. Here edit this to 30 seconds, not 3, and go to env variables. Yeah, let's add our environment variables. Okay, first one is gonna be the database URL. Value is gonna be fuck off. I'm so skeptical when I'm like adding environment variables, bro. Like I check it like 5 times or something because I don't want to like have any issues later just because of some environment variables, right? Client ID. Even in Vercel, Vercel and Railway, when you just copy paste your entire env file, they will create it for you, like all the environment variables, but I still check it. It's just that way. I don't know, and I'm okay with it. Copy this, paste it here, and finally webhook URL. Go here, just copy the same thing, paste that here too, and yeah, hit on save. That's it. Yep, that's it. So go to test. Let's create a new event. What do I call this? YT test 1, and all this test true, and source manual test. Yep, that's it. First let me go to my calendar. I create this YT test 1. No, let's try this out later. Okay, I think we should be fine now. Let's test this out when we deploy Vercel. Okay, let's leave this for now. Yeah, that's it for this. We'll now, why the fuck did this come again? We'll now deploy our chat reset one now. Okay, now let's deploy our lambda chat function. We need to run this command for that, but actually before that, why we need to change this right here. We need to add this binary targets and rerun the client again, recreate the client again. Now let's create the zip folder. Why am I working in 0.5x? It's 48.4 MB. Cool. Go to this, let's create a new function. I'll say chart reset. Now just 20. Yeah, all same now. Where is that? Here. Where the fuck is this? Not this. It is this. Okay. Now let's upload it. Lambda chart reset dot zip. Let's go to our env. We need to just add just this database URL. We don't need any other env variables here. Wait, why don't we go to our database and add the count for this your chart messages today? It's 16, right? So when we run that function, it must be like 0. It must come down to 0. Let's see what's gonna happen now. Firstly, we need to change anything. Let's see. Need to rename this to lambda chart reset dot handler. Go to configuration. Firstly, we're gonna edit this to 30 seconds. Go to env variables. Let's add the database URL. And hit save. That's it, guys. We created these two now. We created both the lambda functions. Now we'll just deploy this in Vercel. Let's just test it out. Test. Chart reset completed successfully. And refresh 0. I think we're good right now. We'll just deploy this to Vercel and change the URLs everywhere, and yeah, fuck yeah, we're done. Let's run npm run build first to see if we got any shit to solve. Just so we're gonna create a git repo and we're gonna push this code into GitHub. No issues. Boom. And yeah, we're gonna deploy it in Vercel and change all the URLs like I said. I will say MeetingBot 69. Visibility, I'm gonna keep it to public, of course. Add readme, add photo shit. No. We would have a readme here, I guess, by default. Yep. I will customize it though when I have some patience, which might be never. I don't know. I'll see. Okay, my bad. I feel like a fucking clown. Initial comment. I don't know, I'm not an NPC. Meow. Get push origin main. Boom. Once and for all, we're done with this project, hopefully. So come on, how long? Yeah, we can go to Vercel though, right? I'll pause this recording and go to Vercel and hit on create new, and then I'll resume the recording, because Vercel shows you all the projects like before you go to the dashboard and like create the hit on create new function button. What is so wrong with me? Okay, it shows all the projects which I don't want to be shown or seen, so I'll go there first. Let's refresh this shit first. Fuck off. Yep, we got all our code here. We got our thing here, MeetingBot 69. Import. Let's go ahead to environment variables and add all our environment variables. Boom. There are literally so many variables, bro. Oh, I came a long way, right? Oh. Yeah, deployed. I just wait, or shall I keep it like this only without pausing it? I don't know, man. What else do I have to speak about? I don't know. Yeah, we need to go to our OAuth apps. First we need to go to our meeting bash and gonna change the webhook there. We're gonna go to our Lambda function, gonna change the webhook there, and we're gonna go to our Trello, Jira, Asana, OAuth apps, and we're gonna change our URLs there, authorization URLs, and then we're gonna go to Slack and change the event subscription URL, all that shit. And yeah, hopefully we'll be fine. We'll see. I'll just pause this, it looks like it's gonna take too long. I can't be yapping, right, like my girlfriend all the time. I make the same mistake every single fucking time. Go ahead and add this post install command, Prisma generate. Okay. Get command /n, and then get push origin main. To project. Does it start another deployment instantly? I don't know. It does. I know. Yep. Logs. Let's wait. What else can we do? So yep. Oh, come on. Chalo tab. Boom, guys. I think we're good to go. Yeah, all that remaining is that we need to change the URLs and all that stuff using our new Vercel deployment link. That's all remaining, probably like 3 minutes. That's it, and the end of the video. Yep, thank you, bye. Now let's change the URL everywhere. Okay, this is our main website, like the deployed Vercel website right now. It's working flawlessly. Let's go everywhere and change it. First, let's go to our clock, change the API endpoint. API/webhooks/clock. Yep. And now go to this. Let's add a URL. /API. And hit on save. Yep, that's it. And go here and let's replace this to 69. Yep, save webhook. and go to our functions. It's actually chart reset. Why is it chart reset, bro? I did not see it, I'm sorry. Nation environment variables. Here we need to edit the webhook URL. Yep. And go to Trello. Here under allowed origin, just add this. If you want to remove those, I don't care about that. I mean, we don't have to. Why am I unable to copy this thing, bro? Okay, so be it. Slash API slash integrations slash Asana slash callback. And let's replace this here with this. Yep. Let's reload once just to make sure. Yep. Here also let's reload it once. Why? Okay. Yep. API slash integrations slash Asana slash callback. Okay. Yeah, got it working. Now go here, click on edit destination, 2 hour clock webhook, replace that with this slash API slash webhooks slash stripe. Hit on save. Just reload and just recheck it once again. Yeah boy, we good. And go to our Slack app, go to auth and permissions. Here just add a new redirect URL. That's it. Hit on save URLs. Go to event subscriptions and slash API slash Slack slash events. Let's see if it's gonna get verified. Boom, yeah, it's verified. Just remove this and you'll see it there. Not verified. Yep, verified. We good. We are good. Yep. Go ahead to Vercel. Let's change the env environment variable values here. Thanks, environment variables. We got all this here. Let's edit this Google redirect URI. It's gonna be this, not the local host one. Okay, redeploy and next public app URL to edit. That's it. Yeah, redeploy. Where was that? Here. Okay. Also let's edit this Slack redirect URL. Just replace this. That's it. And just redeploy this here. Yeah, redeploy. Bro, I'm so fucking done with these talks here, man. Like, really done. Let's just wait, that's all we can do. Yeah, we got it. Yep. It's working fine, good, great. We're gonna finally deploy our event bridge function so that the lambdas will be invoked automatically. So we're gonna deploy two event bridge functions. One is for the bot scheduler and the calendar syncing lambda, which will run every single minute, once every minute. And the chart one, like the chart reset, it's gonna run once every day. I already explained why in depth, so I don't think it's necessary to explain again now. Okay, so search for Amazon Event Bridge. Okay, go to Event Bridge schedule. Hit on create schedule, and let's say calendar. I don't know what shall we say. I'd rather say sync scheduler. Okay, and this is gonna be a recurring, not a one-time thing. And you can either write a cron expression or select a rate-based route schedule, whichever you want. This is gonna run once every minute, flexible time window off, and yeah, go to next. Select AWS lambda here. Here let's select our lambda, which is bot scheduler, and hit on next, and just hit on next, and hit on create schedule. That's it. You can just wait. Yep, now this is gonna run nicely. Now let's go to my calendar. Let's schedule a meeting for now. Right now it's 12:27 a.m. for me. I'll schedule a meeting for the demo one. I'm thinking of scheduling one for, I don't know, like 12:30, or I'd rather take 12:29. Firstly, let me hit this join with Google Meet thing. Fuck, I don't have time, right? 12:20. Okay, let's keep it 12:30 only. Let's keep this for 15. It doesn't matter, right? Any time doesn't matter. You got the guess? We got the Google Meet. Got it all. Now don't send it. I'm still gonna get it anyway, because even if I hit don't send, they still send me the invite. I genuinely don't understand what's the point of showing that thing, like showing that they respect my opinion or something, which they don't. Okay, go to our website right now. This one. Let's join this stuff first. Let's go to home. Also, where is our meeting bash thing? Let's wait. And the bot is gonna join here. If the function is running correctly, then we're gonna get the bot, or else we won't be. As simple as that. I want to keep this live, that's why I'm still recording. I don't want to pause it and stuff like that. You guys, guess what? Our lambda function is working fuckingly. Yep, I'm gonna admit that. And I have a script, and yeah, I'm gonna display that script. Sorry, so I'm gonna play out that script, not display. How the fuck will you display music? Brain of a Ronaldo fan. Yeah, I got it.
Good morning, everyone. Today in this class, we are going to learn about Alexander.
Yeah, this one. Yep. Let me turn on the mic. Let's forward this part if you want to. Okay, I just want to like keep it live and a bit realistically. It won't. I mean, if I were in your place, I wouldn't feel good if the guy who was explaining me how to do this skipped the part where he demoed the thing he showed. Right? I'd like to keep it realistic. That's why I'm just even if it wastes 5 minutes or 2 minutes, however long this is, it doesn't matter for me. I want to play it out live. So yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Today in this class, we are going to learn about Alexander the Great's biography. Alexander the Great, born in 356 BCE in the ancient Macedonian capital of Pella, remains one of the most influential military leaders in world history. The son of King Philip II and Queen Olympias, he was tutored by the great philosopher Aristotle, who instilled in him a love for philosophy, science, and Greek culture. At the age of 20, Alexander assumed the throne after his father's assassination and quickly consolidated power. Over the next 11 years, he led a series of daring military campaigns, defeating the powerful Persian Empire and extending his empire from Greece through Egypt and deep into India. Known for his bold tactics, innovative strategies, and ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, Alexander never lost a battle. His conquests spread Hellenistic culture far beyond the borders of Greece, influencing language, architecture, and governance across 3 continents. Though he died young at age 32 in Babylon, his legacy endured for centuries through the cities he founded, most famously Alexandria in Egypt, and the cultural fusion he sparked between East and West. By next class, do the following. Research the Battle of Gaugamela and write a short summary. Read one article on how Alexander's empire influenced art. Watch a documentary on Alexander the Great's life.
Yep, guys, that is the meeting. We had a brief description and we had a couple of action items. So yeah, that's it. We're gonna get the email too right now. I'm gonna show it in live too. Everything's gonna be live. I won't even pause the. Let's end this, right? We should get the webhook now. Like a success webhook or something. Just wait. Yeah, I don't want to pause or something. I just want to show it in live. So yeah, I'm doing it like this. Yep, we got the webhook, the ending webhook finally. Here. Yeah, why don't we wait? The meeting just ended, so we're gonna get an email, and yeah, we got another webhook here. This must be the meeting ended, and this must be a success webhook. So now all the transcript is gonna go to the AI ChatGPT. We're gonna get the action items and summary, and yeah, then we're gonna get the email, and then we're gonna go and test it out in our all the Slack and all that stuff. Okay, Slack bot, RH pipeline everywhere. Yep, I got my email. You won't be like, I'm not getting a notification here because my screen recorder automatically removes all the, what do I say, all the notifications. Look at it, it's 34 right now, 12:34. It's about this at 12:33. Let's see what it is here. YT Demo 1, that's the name of the meeting. The meeting focused on biography of Alexander the Great, highlighting his military achievements, cultural influence, and legacy. Participants were assigned to research specific aspects of his life and impact for the next class. Action items: research the Battle of Gaugamela. I don't know what the fuck that is. Where is it even? Gaugamela. It genuinely sounds like some Indian name, bro. Gaugamela. Okay, read one article on how Alexander's empire influenced art. Watch a documentary on Alexander's great life. Fantastic. Let's go to our website right now. Let's reload it simply. Yep, guess what, we got our thing here and the participants too. Let's hit on view details. Yep, we got our 3 action items here. This must be the audio.
Babylonian capital of Pella, Alexander to among his in Egypt.
I hope no one is gonna ask the question like, bro, it's not audible in the start, why is it empty? Yeah bitch, because we did not even say anything in the start, right? It was on mute and I was explaining what we are going to do. It actually started off almost after 1 minute, so it's gonna be empty. Summary, we got the action items. Let's push one action item. Let's push this one. Read one article on how Alexander's empire influenced art. Where shall we push this to? First push this to Trello. Action to Trello. Yeah, fuck off. Okay, no. Yep. Trello working. Asana. This is the Asana task right now. Wait. Who the fuck is this one? Fuck off. Yeah, push this to Asana. Read one article on our examiners. Boom. This is my dear shitty Jira. Dude, I genuinely hate Jira with a passion. Like, with a passion. Fucking dog shit platform. I never even used it, even during internships I don't use it, but I really don't like that. Do I genuinely have to reload just to even see my new tasks? I hope that is not the case. Bro, this platform is so dog shit platform, bro. You saw Asana and Trello, you don't even have to reload, you're gonna get it. Dog fucking shit platform, bro. When was Alexander born? 356 BC, okay. When was Alexander born? (356 BC), fantastic. Assumed the throne after his father's assassination over the next 11 years. At what age did Alexander die? That's the question we're gonna ask here. At what age did Alexander die? Wait. Have a look at here too, boom, 3 to 4 instant. Alexander died at the age of 32 was mentioned in the meeting title YT Demo 1. Boom, it's working. Guys, so we got our meeting like Lambda functions working, event bridge working, like the user is gonna schedule a meeting. Why don't we wait a minute? Let's randomly schedule some other meeting, okay? Scheduling, testing. Let's add Google Meet. Let's add the time for, I don't know, 2:30 AM. Add the guest. Description, just manual test. I'm doing this so that to see if it's gonna come in the upcoming meetings here, Since this was like when we created our meeting here, YT Demo 1, that was less than 5 minutes ago, so it did not show in the upcoming meetings and the bot directly joined it. So if this is like, I don't know, it's 12:30 right now, it's 2:30, so it's 2 hours later. So yeah, let's see if it's gonna show up, and I'm not gonna even do anything, right? Because obviously the Lambda function is running once every minute, so I'll go back after a minute or something and see it if it's working. Right now let's go here, it should be empty. Let's search it again after 1 minute. Yeah, fuck off. Oh yeah, we did not try out our Slack, right? Why do I not open this? Yeah, our chat is also working, share button is also working. Let's try to post it to Slack. What's the last message here? It's about Napoleon. Post to Slack. Posted to Slack. Okay. Yep. Biography Alexander. Yeah, it's working. Now let's chat with the MeetingBot here. What question shall we ask? At what age did Alexander become the king? Yep, it's working. Alexander became king at the age of 20 after his father's assassination. This information discussed in the meeting title YT Demo 1. Fantastic, guys. What else do we need, bro? What else do we need? A gold girl. Okay, out of topic, sorry. What shall we ask here? Let's ask what happened to Alexander's father. I'm not sure if it's gonna answer this right, because it's not explicitly mentioned about what happened. Yeah, okay, it came. Alexander's father, King Philip II, was assassinated. Cool, it's working. Now let's see here. Go to home. We should be having our meeting here. Yep. Fuck yeah, guys. And I don't want any bot to come here, so I'm gonna turn that off, right? But you can still join the meeting from here. Yep. Yeah, all good. Oh wait, we need to create another schedule, right, for our chart reset thing. Chart schedule reset. Chart reset schedule. Recurring schedule. Rate base. Once every day. Flexible. Time window is gonna be off. And next, AWS Lambda. This is genuinely not good, guys. You should be able to hit on anywhere and select that. Go to the tiny fucking dot and select it, bro. Chart recent time. I am pissed off. Chart recent. Okay. Next, create schedule. Oh, come on. Yep, that's it. I guess we successfully got the entire pipeline, right? Our Slack bot is working, our integrations are working, our AI email pipeline is working, action items, summary, bot is joining, Lambda functions are running like once every minute and once a day. Event bridges, which means event bridge schedules are working flawlessly, and the bot is joining. We're getting the audio file too, we're getting the transcript. I don't know, guys. Yeah, I think we should be done here actually. Yeah, goodbye for yeah, thanks for watching. Yeah, good night, have a great day. Thanks, bye.